Damit willkommen zurück zu Star Trek Online mit der romulanischen Story.
What we knew is gone. Our home, our lives, all that we were, dust. Blasted across empty, heartless skies. But we live. Our legacy lives within every ship we fly, upon every world we touch, in our hearts, in yours. There will be challenge. You will know fear, but you will overcome. You will survive and answer vengeance with blood. You will do as you must. Rule cannot be handed to the faithless. Our legacy cannot be lost to villains. Bury the past to face the future. In enemies, find allies. There is no price we have not paid, no loss we have not felt. Our dead world, our long suffering, these are not ends. We are not ended. For your crew, for your people, for this new home, we must face all doubt. We must break the strong who would destroy us and overcome the impossible. We must fight against any and all. We must, we will, for we are Romulan.
The youngest of our kind rely on stories to know what our people were like before. Strong, secretive, warlike. We were feared. We were powerful. Then, everything changed. 22 years ago, the star of the Hobus system went supernova. The resulting explosion traveled through subspace to hit Romulus and Remus, our homeworlds. No one could have predicted that would happen, and no one could have stopped it. Millions died. Those who survived were scattered across dozens of worlds. One day we were citizens of one of the greatest powers of the galaxy, and the next, we were just trying to survive. Every day was a struggle if you weren't part of the militant and oppressive Tal Shiar, or ruling everything from on high like Empress Sela. For ordinary Romulans, military victories don't mean much when you're hungry. Life goes on. The Klingons and Starfleet are at one another's throats. The battles light years away don't affect us much. The Tal Shiar are the more immediate threat. They're rebuilding the Empire by force, and pressing anyone they think can help into service. But even they don't seem to know we're here. We've put down roots and found friends. Today we'll celebrate what we've created. With hard work and some good fortune, true Romulans will once again rise to be a power in the galaxy. The first step on that path begins here.
Ich finde es ein bisschen schade, dass sie anscheinend keine High-Definition-Version vom Trailer haben, die sie vielleicht jetzt mal langsam ins Spiel hochladen könnten. Ich meine, es ist 10 Jahre alt. Hat ja gesehen, 2013 kam die Erweiterung raus, aber es ist ein bisschen schade, dass es halt in-game genauso scheiße aussieht wie auf YouTube.
There you are. The security chief was looking for you earlier. She said there's trouble at the vineyard. Avrak's been filing reports all night about Kellids chewing at the vines. He's really worked up.
Hi Scotty, willkommen zum Stream.
Something must have annoyed them. It's not typical Kellid behavior. With the big celebration tonight, I think everyone's a little overexcited. Even the bugs. You should listen to one of Avrak's messages before you head out there.
So, das war ein Tutorial erstmal aus.
Please tell me you'll help me. Kellids are in the vineyard chewing through the irrigation pipes, and everyone says they're too busy getting ready for the big party to come and do something about it. There won't be any party if everyone's knee-deep in water by nightfall. Get over here and help me fix this.
If the Kelids are chewing up the vineyard, we should probably grab a pistol, just in case. I'd join you, but the chief has me looking into some odd comm chatter we picked up yesterday. We'll have to catch up later.
Es macht natürlich total Sinn, hier einfach einen offenen Schrank mit Waffen zu haben, wo jeder ran kann, einschließlich Kinder.
Hey there, ready for the big festival? Working hard? Or maybe you have time to listen to a story or two? Avrak, you're in for a fun day. I'm glad I don't have to deal with him. Anyway, do you want to hear any stories?
Finally? I mean, which message do you... never mind that either. It's chaos here. I need some help. Normally we collect nectar from the local Kelid insects. Something has driven them into a frenzy. They're chewing on our irrigation system. They're flooding the vineyard. Excellent, excellent. The broken pipes are obvious. They're the ones spraying water everywhere. Kelid shouldn't give you too much trouble. A few bursts from your pistol will take care of them.
Ich finde es ein bisschen schade, dass die ganzen Schweißanimationen, die es teilweise gibt, nicht auf die Standardwaffen der jeweiligen Fraktion angepasst sind. Das benutzen einfach alle einen Phaser dafür.
The flooding has stopped, but if those Kelids come back, they'll just break the pipes again. Something's making the insects go crazy. With bugs this size, that's a real problem. And Avala might be able to help if she's goofing off again. She knows all about Kelids. She's normally down by the greenhouse this time of day. Tell her to stop being lazy and keep these critters contained.
Good idea. Talk to Navala.
I bet she's just lounging around right now, not even thinking about all the damage being done to my vineyard. No one around here wants to put in a good day's work. Well, except for you.
Just in time. Did you talk with Avrak? He said that I'm what? Lazy? That I've been... Ugh! He's just trying to make me look bad so he can get a promotion. Oh, that's so old-fashioned. Let me tell you what's actually happening.
Einmal viel willkommen zum Stream.
The Kelids are going crazy. I've been working all day to keep them out of the residential areas. This aggressive behavior is new, and we need to figure out what's causing it. That means gathering samples from some of these creatures.
Da ist eine Probe.
This metal has some kind of fungus growing on it that's similar to the spores we found on some of the Kelid carapaces. It might explain their behavior, but how are they getting infected in the first place? Also, the flying Kelids have never come out of the cavern before. This is so strange. You're right. The source of the infection could be somewhere inside the cavern. Head over there and see if you can find out what's aggravating the nest. And be careful.
So, wir laufen einfach durch. Wobei du mich tatsächlich in so eine Höhle mit zigtausend Käfern gar nicht reinkriegen würdest.
Muffikrote fragt einen Erzieher. Wie kamst du dazu, Erzieher zu werden und was hält dich in dem Beruf? Frage von meiner Frau, die Erzieherin in einer Kita in der U3-Gruppe ist.
Habe nach dem Abi mein FSJ in der Kita gemacht und hab dann die Ausbildung gemacht. Moment, muss ich was scannen? Achso, ich bin in die falsche Richtung gelaufen. Was hätte ich da? Also abgesehen davon, dass ich irgendwie Essen auf den Tisch stellen muss. Sag mal, mit den Kids arbeiten ist einfach schön.
A strange machine and some weird drone things? That is troubling. Someone's been in there. We'll have to let the Maori know about this. It's good you disabled the device, though. Maybe now the Kellids will calm down. I took a look at those biological samples while you were gone, but I can't do much more than a basic tricorder scan. It's just not my area. Devex might be able to help. He was an engineer in the Romulan military before the homeworld was destroyed. Now he's helping us with our water supply, and anything else that takes more specialized knowledge. You should talk to him.
What do you need with an old space hound like me? I have an idea of what this might be. Maybe. I saw something like this once before, when I was out beyond the Eridon Belt. We responded to a distress call from a mining outpost. When we got there, all the people were just gone, vanished without a trace. The only things we found were a strange beacon and some odd spore samples. These look very similar. Good idea. When we ran into something like this before, we were able to stop the spores from reproducing by bombarding them with tachyons. We have the equipment here to replicate that procedure. I've only seen fungal biotech like this once before. Remember that mining station that I mentioned? Before we arrived, they reported several disappearances. Some thought it was paranoia, but we had reports that said intruders would beam in right through the colony's magnetic shield, right into someone's quarters, sedate them, and then vanish without a trace. We didn't know what to believe, but I don't think those miners were paranoid. Something did happen to them, and it could happen again. That's what my commander believed. We found a beacon with almost the same configuration as the one you found. We weren't able to get much from it before we shut it down. But the one thing we learned is that the beacon was made by a race that called themselves the Elachi. We stayed in orbit for a few days, but the Elachi never came back. That's good news for us, seeing that you disabled the beacon you found in the caverns. That's right. He's the man in charge, so he needs to know. I'd be surprised if he doesn't want to send someone down there to analyze that beacon. Could be these Elachi were interested in our colony for some reason. Lucky for us, you were there to put a stop to whatever they were trying to do.
Moment, wie komme ich da hoch?
Jolan True. I heard Avrak yelling all the way over here. I'm sorry you had to deal with his problems on our day of celebration. That does sound very mysterious. However, you seem to have taken care of the immediate problem, disabling this beacon and dispatching the drones. You have my thanks. I'll assign some engineers to examine the device and set up surveillance on the cave as soon as possible. If what Devek says is true, we don't want that beacon turned on again. Now that's settled, why don't you try to relax for a while? Enjoy the festival. We'll talk again tomorrow after the engineers have finished their analysis of the device.
Are you done for the day? I'm just finishing up too. I'm going to head back to the restaurant. Meet me for a drink when you're done. Hey there. Long day? I can't believe how far this colony has come. Just look at how much we can accomplish without being ruled by the Tal Shiar. Word is, someone named Atan is trying to fight them, but me, I'm content with what we have here. Let's go enjoy the festival.
Friends and neighbors, welcome to the tapping. The Kellid nectar has been harvested, the ale is brewed, and we can finally taste the fruits of our labors. And like this fine vintage, our colony has taken time and effort to develop. Since the loss of the homeworld 22 years ago, we have known fear, hunger, and pain. We have struggled. We have overcome every difficulty. We have mourned those who are no longer with us, and we have welcomed new friends into our home. And now we celebrate. The trials are behind us. Virinat is prosperous and growing. We will face new challenges in the future, but we will face them together.
Get the shuttles ready. You should find Navala and Vorian to help organize the militia. Get as many civilians to safety as you can. After that, we stop whoever or whatever is attacking our home.
Wundervoll, dass die Scan-Animation manchmal den Tricorder nicht rendert.
Come in. Are you all right? What's happening over there? Did you find Vorian? I'm at the shipyard with Devex, and we're prepping the shuttles for evacuation. I don't know what's going on here, but we need to get people out while we can. If you can get a rifle, you can fight your way out. Can you make it? It's the Tal Shiar. We need to call for help. I don't know who'll answer, but we have to do something. I tried to send a distress signal, but they damaged our transceiver array. We still have a chance, though. You need to deal with some of the Tal Shiar, and then get a replacement battery. Just keep coming. Get a battery from the marketplace. We need to send out a distress signal.
Ich muss sagen, die Elanchi erinnert mich so ein bisschen an die Kollektoren aus Mass Effect. Auch so von der Handlungsweise.
This is Cap. Do you have the batteries? You just need to repair the device and send the signal.
Warum hast du ein Sternflottengewehr?
The shuttle is ready, and I got as many people aboard as will fit.
Congratulations, citizen.
Shuttle 5. We're taking heavy... Shuttle 10 coming in. We're jamming their sensors. When they get us, they'll think you were on their swarm.
They're not attacking. Devex showed me how to fly his warbird. We're almost there. Navigation is online, but we need some components to get our weapons and warp drive operational. We'll need both if we want to have any hope of fighting the Tal Shiar.
Glücklicherweise habe ich die Steuerung schon vorher umgestellt.
This'll do nicely. We just need a little more salvage.
Was man ja leider immer pro Charakter machen muss.
Weapons are online. Let's test them out on some of these derelict ships nearby. They're not shielded, so we can just use our torpedoes to finish them off.
Ja, aber dann testen wir doch nur die Torpedos. Das ergibt keinen Sinn, Torvan. Gar nicht. Hey Shaman, willkommen zum Stream. Wobei können wir mir hier helfen?
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Scrap neutronium. We could use that to reinforce the hull of this old warbird. 3 more of these should get this hull good to go.
Neutronium, klar.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Good shot.
Was für eine Fähigkeit suchst du?
This old warbird get some use.
Es gibt ein paar Fähigkeiten, die nur entweder halt aus Logboxen kommen oder Missionsbelohnungen sind, wobei du dann halt auch die Fähigkeit bekommst, die Manuals zu craften. Welche Fähigkeit ist das denn? Das Kalt im Raum klingt nach einer der Breen-Fähigkeiten aus dem Winter-Event. Wobei ich auch kein Bild kenne, der sich auf diese Fähigkeiten verlässt. Also ich glaube, das sind auch... Die kann man, glaube ich, gut austauschen, weil es, glaube ich, Reskins von vorhandenen Fähigkeiten sind mit etwas anderen Effekten. Ich muss auch sagen, ich finde die Fähigkeiten nicht ganz sauber gelöst, weil es gibt so ein paar, die brauchst du immer und dann hast du schon nicht mehr viel Raum übrig, um irgendwie selber ein Bild zu erstellen. Und ich finde, dafür sind einfach auch die Stationen nicht flexibel genug. Auch mit den Spezialisierungen, die es ja seit Ewigkeiten jetzt gibt. Du hast ja meistens irgendwie 1 oder 2 Stationen auf dem Schiff, die so eine Spezialisierung können und dann musst du deine Fähigkeit finden, die besser ist als das, was du normalerweise da slotten könntest. Und das ist irgendwie dann pro Spezialisierung wie 1 oder 2 von 10 Fähigkeiten. Also das würde man auch nirgendwo sonst so stehen lassen.
There, we have to help them.
Es wäre vielleicht auch sinnvoll gewesen, wenn die Singularity Charge sich nicht abbauen würde, wenn man getarnt ist.
I'm back on the bridge. I figured out how I can improve our torpedoes. Just give me the order and I'll get started.
Thank the elements. We thought we were done for.
I think it's safe to say we're a fully operational ship. I'm getting an alert. There's another distress signal coming in from one of the colony's shuttles. We can do a short-range warp jump to get to them. Do you want to go now, or stay here to wipe out any other incoming drones? They look like they'll be coming in to do sweeps in the area. There aren't any colonists here. Just this strange ship. I've never seen anything like this in my life. It's gigantic. Engineering reports that the ship has scanned us, but they're not responding to my hails. What should we do?
Warning, ship is under attack.
They've done something to the ship. Nothing is responding. I can't even warp us out of here. I think I might be able to get a comm channel up to hail them. What do you want me to do? We're getting a reply. What the... They seem to be rearranging our words and sending them back. Listen. I'm picking up another ship. This one is Tal Shiar. It's decloaking.
So the Alachi were right. A handful of pitiful Romulan refugees managed to escape. When will you colonists learn that no matter how far you run, you cannot escape your obligations? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Colonel Hakiv of the Tal Shiar. On behalf of the Romulan Star Empire, I hereby lay claim to this colony and all of its inhabitants. Surrender now, and I will ensure that you serve us in the way you are most suited. Fire weapons at will!
This is Tamer of the Romulan Republic. Tal Shiar vessel, stand down immediately.
Tamer! How fortunate! I can destroy both of you!
Oh, wie nett, dass er uns wegstößt. Das heißt, ich kann mich neu ausrichten.
My eye! So, the insect has managed to sting me. You think you won? This is not the end. Even now, more of my ships are on their way. And the next time, you won't have anyone to protect you.
I am Tamer, commander of the Romulan Republic. We picked up your distress signal while on a mission in a nearby system. I would say we arrived just in time given your ship's condition. Who are you? And what happened here? I am truly sorry. This is not the first time I've heard a story like this, and I fear it will not be the last. And these Ilachi creatures, they are troubling. We need to know more about them and why they're working with a sneak like Hakiv. As I said, I'm with the Romulan Republic. You may have heard of us. We are not the terrorists the Tal Shiar make us out to be. With our leader, Datan, we are working to gather survivors of the destruction and fight the tyranny of the Tal Shiar. We have a flotilla nearby. If you're interested, we would welcome you and your friends to join us there. I appreciate your willingness to do what's right. I'm transmitting the coordinates of our flotilla to your ship now. When you arrive, we can repair your vessel and work out our next move. Thank you again. I'll make sure you won't regret your decision.
I don't know how I feel about this. but I guess siding with Tamer is better than risking death on our own. And he did help us out with the Tal Shiar. The coordinates are loaded up whenever you're ready to go. I think the colonists we rescued are eager to get someplace safe.
Greetings. I am Sub-Commander Nadell, assistant to Commander Tamer. Please follow me to the Commander's quarters. There is much to discuss. Commander, our guests have arrived.
Excellent. I'll get them up to speed. There is much to do.
I'll be glad to show one of you around while the other stays and talks with Tamer.
I'll take the tour, and then meet you back on the ship when you're ready.
Das ist jetzt der Punkt, wo man starten würde, wenn man das Tutorial überspringt. Leider können wir, das ist ein bisschen einzigartig für die Romulaner, wir können nicht auf unsere Accountbank zugreifen, bis wir uns für eine Fraktion entschieden haben. Deshalb kann ich leider auch keinen XP-Boost einsetzen.
Greetings. I hope all is going well with you. Good to see you and Tovankev made it to the flotilla of the new Romulan Republic. To be brief, we are a group that was founded by Datan to combat the tyranny of Empress Sela and her Tal Shiar. Our goal is to unify the shattered Romulan people under a new democracy instead of Sela's tyrannical rule. There is much to do, however. I can answer any questions you may have. Ha! What hasn't Datan done? He has quite the long history. The short version is that he desires to see the reunification of the Vulcans and the Romulans. Before that can happen, though, Datan wants us to find a new homeworld, reconcile with the Remans, and end the centuries of oppression beneath the Tal Shiar. We're Romulan, and after all that's happened, we still have our pride and our cultural heritage. We need to be able to approach the Vulcans as equals, not as refugees looking for charity. Did you want to know anything else? That's right. He dreams of a day when our two people are united. Well, three, counting the Remans. Datan was inspired by Ambassador Spock, who first began the movement. When he was a child, Spock was working on Romulus with the reunificationists, and he was Datan's teacher. The Tal Shiar actively opposed reunification, and Spock and his people had to keep their movement hidden, working with allies and meeting in secret. It's been an uphill battle for Datan, but he won't stop until he sees the Vulcans, the Romulans, and the Remans reunited and at peace. Is there anything else? I am the commander of this fleet. No actions happen without my approval. Before this, I worked in intelligence for the Romulan military, which allowed me to learn more about the Tal Shiar. I couldn't stomach the thought of working alongside of them. Datan approached me one day and said he needed someone to organize a defense against the Tal Shiar. I accepted before he could finish his sentence. Is there anything else? What's next is that you receive our uniform and get a tour of the flotilla. After that, you'll receive your first assignment. However, you must understand that by joining us, you mark yourself as an enemy to the Tal Shiar. Hakiv and his people will see you as a threat, and there isn't anything they won't do to stop you. Are you ready to accept that?
Ja, voll die Auswahl, abgesehen davon, dass wir eh schon Hakivs Feind sind.
Good. You should get yourself down to Lieutenant Delatham. You can get a uniform from him if you want to change out of those civilian clothes. You can also have your ship modified. We can't get you into a more powerful vessel yet, but we can change the appearance of your ship if you want. When you're done, return to your ship. I should have your first assignment ready and sent to your ship by then.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
So, aber wir nehmen direkt ein anderes Schiff. Equipment da, warte. Wir brauchen T6 Romulaner. Und zwar sie hier, warte, wir können... Wieso dürfen wir nicht? Fraktion ist egal. Das müsste eigentlich... Also inzwischen kannst du eigentlich alle C6-Schiffe direkt am Anfang fliegen. Equipped upon completion of the tutorial. Ja, okay, das zählt wahrscheinlich noch als Tutorial. So, gucken wir doch mal, ob wir ein bisschen was Passenderes haben. Ich finde, das sieht irgendwie nicht wirklich nach irgendwas aus. Moment, wo kann ich... Ich bin gerade ein bisschen verwirrt. Ich habe doch gerade extra... So, apply to character. Jetzt. Jetzt habe ich eine Grundlage, mit der ich arbeiten kann. Ich bin verwirrt. Wo ist das Rangabzeichen?
Hello again. Now that you're settling in, I wanted to speak with you about what our overall goals will be. First and foremost, we are looking for a new planet to call home. Tamer and his crew are handling that search. While the search continues, I am working on any possible alliances that we can make with the Federation and the Klingon Empire. We will need allies if we are to proceed. Your task will be the protection and recovery of other Romulans spread throughout this sector. We're finding more by the day. Some have already joined us, but others do not believe in our cause. It will be up to you and your crew to protect these colonies from the Tal Shiar and to recruit anyone willing to assist us. Do you have any questions? If not, I would suggest you return to your ship. Tamer will have his orders ready for you. I do not know. Our history of deception with both groups definitely does not help. The Tal Shiar, however, will not attack the fleet for now. Sela would see such a direct action as too great a risk. She much prefers to work in the shadows. Let me worry about our potential allies. While you're away, I will be working with diplomats from both sides to come to an agreement we can all live with.
Sounds like we've got our orders. If you're ready, I can beam you back to the ship. However, before that, I need to ask a favor. I have a sister. Her name is Rena Kev. She and I were separated a long time ago. I want to try to find her. As we're doing our missions, Could you try to ask about Rena? Thanks.
So, kann ich jetzt bitte...
Sounds like we've got our orders.
All set to go, I trust? Good. There is a lot to do. Your first target is already under attack by the Tal Shiar. There's no time to lose.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Click here to learn more. Skills will increase.
Nein, brauche ich nicht.
Select any skill to see a full.
So, darf ich jetzt bitte? Oder darf ich das auch erst, wenn ich eine Fraktion gewählt habe? Das wäre komisch.
There are a lot of little settlements like yours out there. We're in contact with some of them, but we're always reaching out to try to make new alliances. I've heard that a group of Romulans has taken up residence in a Suliban helix in the Beta Quadrant. I'd like you to visit them. Feel them out, help them if you can. But most of all, find out if they would be willing to join Detan in his search for a new homeworld.
So, das können wir machen. Aber das sieht... Ja, endlich. Passt zwar nicht so 100% dazu, dass wir eigentlich gerade diesen Müllhaufen fliegen sollen, aber wir können ja sagen, dass das Schiff einfach nicht auf dem neuesten Stand ist und viel ausgeschlachtet wurde. So, dann benennen wir sie nämlich wieder um. Ich kann auch noch keine meiner Account-Unlocks irgendwie. Doch, ich habe die Konsolen. Das ist natürlich geil. Was haben wir denn hier alles? Ja, Phase Inversion Field. Okay, das gibt uns zeitweise Resistenz gegen Torpedos. Projizierte Singularität. Okay, Physical Damage. Was macht der Set-Bonus? Schadensresistenz, Beweglichkeit, mehr Antriebsenergie. Okay, ist nicht mega geil, aber kann ich mit leben. So, aber ich möchte das Schiff noch ein bisschen umgestalten. So, ich würde es ja schon gerne ein bisschen irgendwie davon absetzen, dass es eben kein Tal Shiar Schiff ist, sondern eben zur Republik gehört. Snakehead. Nein, nicht Riemann. Ah, das sieht aber auch nur aus manchen Blickwinkeln gut aus. Ja, das ist auch cool. So, wir wollen das Tal Shiar-Logo definitiv weghaben. Das ist echt das Talent, immer dann zu streamen, wenn ich arbeiten muss. Ja, tut mir leid, dass normale Menschen am Wochenende Zeit haben. So, direkt erstmal die ersten Punkte in Energiewaffenschaden buttern und hier nehmen wir...
We've arrived at the Helix, but we're not the only ship here. A Tal Shiar warbird is approaching from the direction of the primary structure. They haven't raised shields yet, but their weapons are online. Wait, they're hailing us. Your orders?
Es ist die gleiche Antwort, Leute.
To the person in command, be advised, you are in violation of Tal Shiar Security Order 63-R. Your vessel is operating in this area without authorization. Identify yourself immediately, or your actions will be considered hostile. You don't want that kind of trouble. The Tal Shiar has the authority to track down terrorists that threaten the Romulan Star Empire, no matter where they try to hide. And don't bother with deception. Our records indicate a warbird with your ship's designation was decommissioned years ago. We've already identified you. Stealing military property is a serious crime. Care to explain, Commander?
Warning, ship is under attack. Target shields have failed.
We plead for mercy. There are only civilians on the Helix. We don't have much more than we can scavenge from the cell ships. As we told the other Tal Shiar, there are no terrorists here. The Cabal are long gone. Take whatever scrap you need, but please stop taking our people. Then why are you here? We don't have much to trade, and we don't want any trouble. There are a few Romulan refugees hiding within the Helix. They said they needed temporary shelter and would be leaving soon. We meant no harm. How were we to know they are wanted terrorists? Please just take them with you and go. Your actions speak for your true goals. If you help us by repairing the Helix arm structures, then we'll help you get the refugees to your ship. But hurry. We're in jeopardy every moment you remain here. More Tal Shiar have entered the system. Please help us. One more to go. As soon as Delta is connected, we can negotiate a transfer.
Man sieht so ein bisschen, dass sich die Devs nicht so einig waren, was für Waffen die Romulaner eigentlich verwenden sollten, weil wir haben hier standardmäßig Plasma, der Tal Shiar hat standardmäßig Disruptoren. Die haben uns auch gerade mit Photonentorpedos angegriffen.
More Tal Shiar ships are entering the area.
You'll die for your crimes, rebel. Target's shields have failed.
Now that the arms are restored, we've located the refugees. They are being moved to a centralized location so you can get a transporter lock. We've explained the situation to them, but a representative for the group is asking to speak with you.
Kayan informs me that we're being transported to your vessel. We realize that we can't stay on the Helix, but we have no intention of being forced into servitude. The Tal Shiar already destroyed our home. All we want is for you to leave us on an uninhabited world, or someplace we can hide and try to rebuild our lives. We've heard of Datan. We've also heard rumors that he's plotting a revolt against the Tal Shiar. Going to him sounds more dangerous than staying here. I know I'm out of options. That doesn't mean I have to like it. I don't know why the Tal Shiar are abducting our families, but we can't afford to lose anyone else. How about I make you a deal? You personally guarantee that my friends will be safe at Datan's fleet, and I'll work for you. I've served as a science officer on multiple civilian vessels. I can help you. I can't run anymore. If I need to fight the Tal Shiar to keep my friends safe, that's what I'll do. Rina Kev? No, I don't know anyone by that name.
All the refugees are aboard, but there's more trouble. A Tal Shiar battleship, the IRW Koval, has entered the system. They're hailing us, and they're asking for you by name. Remember, they're not here to be friends.
You are ordered to stand down. You are wanted for questioning by the Tal Shiar. Lower your shields and surrender your vessel and crew, or prepare to face the consequences. Your actions speak for themselves. You'll answer for the destruction you've caused today. Remember, you were given a chance to surrender.
I recommend using our cloaking device to get close enough for a sneak attack.
Thank you for taking the refugees. Tell them we're sorry. We simply have no way to protect them. Hopefully they'll find refuge with your fleet. Our best hope now is to cooperate with the Tal Shiar and tell them that you have taken the refugees. We can't offer much, but I'll tell other Suliban that Detan's fleet is standing up to the Tal Shiar. I'm also sending you the contact for a friendly local trader in case you need salvage or have goods to sell. But please, keep our involvement discreet. And please go. Leave now before more Tal Shiar arrive.
Cayenne closed the channel. He's right. They'll be lucky if the Tal Shiar let them live. We should leave and report back to Tamer. Some of the refugees we brought aboard may have starship experience. If we're expecting more trouble, we'll need some help on the bridge.
We'll give the refugees a good home here. They'll be safe, and we'll do all we can to help them. This is just the start. We won't stop until we're on a new world, one of our own. Greetings.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Many Remans settled on Craterus after the fallout from Shinzan's rebellion. While they were safe from the destruction of Romulus and Remus, Craterus is a bleak world, with little in the way of habitable land. There are ample mineral deposits, which the Remans mine and sell for food and other necessities, but their lives there are harsh and unforgiving. Anyone who could survive on Craterus for as long as the Remans have, has strength. We could use that strength in our search for a homeworld, and I know the Remans have no love for the Tal Shiar. Go to Craterus, talk to the Remans, show them we are sincere and that we need their support. Greetings. I have new orders for you.
So, in der Zwischenzeit rüsten wir das Schiff auf. So, das legen wir mal ganz nach unten. So, während das Schiff fliegt, bin ich mal ganz kurz. Unser Staubsauger muss eingesperrt werden, sonst macht er hier gleich ganz viel Lärm. So, was können wir skillen? Mehr Schaden. Das hier ist auch so komplett für den Arsch. Was haben wir hier? Also wenn jetzt mehr solche Ladezeiten kommen, muss ich mir echt überlegen, ob ich den VOD bereinige, was das angeht. Weil je nachdem, wie es zeitlich hinhaut, würde ich heute die gesamte romulanische Story spielen.
The Tal Shiar are approaching Craterus, and they've already engaged a group of Riemann vessels in orbit. The Riemanns are sending out a general distress call. We have to help them.
Commander Kai, Decimus, to any vessels in position. There has been an unprovoked assault on our colony by Tal Shiar agents. They've attacked our Longplay. We're suffering heavy losses. Please.
The Decimus is too heavily damaged. They can't respond to our hails. It won't last much longer if we don't help them.
Warning. Ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
Lead the way. We'll follow your attack vector and provide support fire.
Okay, das ist doch eine sehr gute Crowd-Control-Fähigkeit. Im Prinzip Gravity Well für Arme.
Warning. Ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
The Decimus is nearby and it needs our help. They're losing structural integrity.
Thank you for your assistance. We're continuing emergency repairs, but most of our major systems are offline. The Tal Shiar sent detachments to the surface, and our colony is not responding to hails. With our transporters down and shuttle bay damaged, I cannot send a security team to investigate. The Tal Shiar have never been so bold. How can you be so certain? It doesn't make sense. They've left us alone for years. What would they gain by destroying our home? We keep to ourselves and we do not challenge the Tal Shiar.
With all due respect, we've seen this before. The Tal Shiar destroyed our colony on Virinat without warning. If we don't get your people off Craterus immediately, they'll be defenseless when the invasion force arrives.
Invasion force? We aren't in any position to begin an evacuation. The head of our fleet, Obisek, and most of our ships are on maneuvers out of the system. They can't possibly return in time. Until we re-establish communication with the colony, our priority must be to protect the people on the surface. Find Zden. He will help you. He resides near the communication tower on the outskirts of the colony. If we re-establish communication, then we can formulate a plan. Zden is to the northwest, near a force field. If planetary communications are disabled, you'll need his help to bring the transmitter back online. We'll do our best to keep more Tal Shiar from beaming down, but I can't promise we'll be able to stop them.
Why are the Tal Shiar doing this?
Thank you, stranger. I don't understand why this is happening. You're obviously not with the Tal Shiar. Why are you here? What do you want? Commander Kai, good. Follow me and then explain what's going on. We should get inside the security field before more Tal Shiar arrive. Follow me. We need to know more. It's clear that our colony is under attack, but why are the Tal Shiar doing this? Why attack Craterus? What are they after? There's no reason for the Tal Shiar to attack Craterus. We've been an established colony for over 23 years. We were given permission to settle here by Donatra. Why would the Tal Shiar attack a colony of their own people?
So the rumors are true! I told you, Father. The Tal Shiar have declared war on our people. They're going to kill us!
It doesn't make any sense. We aren't a threat to the Tal Shiar. What do they have to gain? They can't do this without anyone noticing. Evacuate? We must inform the Council. Who is going to listen to my order to evacuate? Obasek isn't here. He left Kai in charge. Why doesn't he give the order to evacuate?
That explains a lot. When we couldn't reach anyone, Slamek said he was going to check on the transmitter. He hasn't come back yet. We should find him and see if we can get communications back online.
Without the transmitter, we'll have to start contacting colonists individually. The word will spread, but it will take some time. Obviously something is going on, but I'm not the one to order an evacuation. The fleet or the Council should make that determination.
You'll need help. If you're going out to the transmitter, I'm going with you. Maybe we can find Slamek there.
Farrell, you should stay here. Let these people handle this. We don't know the whole story yet. We need more information. We need to know what the Tal Shiar want. At least stay behind the security field until we hear from the Council.
Father, you can see what the Tal Shiar have done. These people need my help to get the transmitter working again. We'll take some weapons and armor before we leave. Don't worry, I can handle myself.
Sehr schön.
Press the U key. This is your character. You can all
So, wir nehmen einmal das, dann so, er kriegt auch eine.
Slamek! You're alive!
Sarah, you found me before those things did. I tried to repair the transmitter, but it was pointless. As you can see, the controls are completely destroyed. But it looks like you found some new friends. Didn't you hear me? The controls are destroyed. The transmitter is worthless.
Slamek, you're not helping. What if we set up a bypass relay? If it works, we might be able to control the transmitter dish from Sedan's shuttle, or even our secondary console at home.
It's possible, but I don't think it would work.
Slamek!
There, didn't you hear?
Slamek, you're not... Slamek! Try to set up a bypass relay for the controls. If you can get it working, then we'll head back to my father and see if we can access the transmitter from there.
Where are those things coming from?
I told you it probably wouldn't work.
We should go back to my father and see if he's heard any news.
Look up! We gotta get out of here now!
Hat ein bisschen was von, auch wieder vom Mass Effect. Eden Prime mit der Sovereign.
We don't know. It attacked our colony on Viranet.
And now they're attacking here. We need to warn other colonies.
Believe it or not, that's what we're trying to do.
Were you able to repair the primary transmitter? I set up a portable transmitter relay and gathered as many neighbors as I could. I'm glad you found Slamek. I'm not gonna argue. Our security field is down and the Tal Shiar are attacking the colony. Hopefully everyone who hasn't already heard the message will realize
we're gonna need a new plan.
Evacuated. There are more people on the outskirts of town. If I can get to them in the shuttle, I may be able to get them to safety. Understood. Please take Varel with you. I'll take Slamek with me to help scan for survivors.
Father, I should go with you. It took me weeks to repair the shuttle's drive system. If something goes wrong, you'll meet me there.
You'll be safer on their ship. Slamek can help me if we run into trouble. I'll broadcast the coordinates to every shuttle within range once we're in the air. Now go. We need to look for survivors.
Hallo, kommt ihr? Ja.
There is life. There is hope.
The Decimus has engaged the Tal Shiar and is forming a wedge so we can get the shuttles to the beacon. The shuttles will be relying on us for protection. Without our help, they'll never make it out of here. Zeden's shuttle was one of the ones that made it to the ship. He's hailing us.
We're in position and ready to make a run for the beacon. Is my daughter safe?
I'm making myself useful. The singularity core on this ship is practically an antique. I'm keeping an eye on the power levels to make sure we don't blow apart in combat. Don't forget to put all the shuttle's power into the shields.
Don't worry, my child. It was the first thing Slamek did. When we reach the beacon, we'll await the signal to warp to the rendezvous point. Once we're all safe, we can transfer back to the shuttle.
Warning, ship is under attack.
So, die Singularität zieht natürlich jetzt nur Gegner an. Für Verbündete gilt Schwerkraft nicht.
have failed.
Only a few enemy warbirds remain. Protect the shuttles.
Target's shields have failed. Warning, ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
We've broken the blockade. All ships fall into formation.
Spiel, ich bin schon bei der... Hallo, ich bin doch schon da. Man muss ich jetzt extra warten, bis alle Schiffe auch da sind.
We're reading an unknown ship near the beacon. It appears to be a battleship. If it attacks, our ships will be completely outmatched. Are you able to scan the vessel or determine its armaments? They're emitting some sort of passive scanning field. We cannot get a weapons lock, and our singularity core power levels are fluctuating.
I'm noticing the same power level variations. The field is definitely emanating from the enemy vessel. If I tap into the beacon's controls, I may be able to send a high-frequency proton burst that should disrupt the field long enough to get a weapons lock.
Sending proton burst.
Ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
This is the dead! Help! We're being boarded!
Try to stay behind the enemy ship. It has a deadly frontal assault weapon.
It's not exactly easy when it keeps jumping around.
Target's shields have failed.
I've scanned the shuttles, sir. They've taken everyone. Everyone. Even my...
Logs show that a cruiser warped in during the fight with the battleship, stayed at long range, and then decloaked briefly. They warped away less than a minute later. Ugh, they must have taken the colonists from the shuttles while we were in combat.
We have to go after them. We need to track their trajectory and follow them. They could still be alive, and we can catch up if we hurry.
Nothing. There was too much interference from the battleship. I wish I had better news, but we have more pressing matters. The Decimus is hailing us, and we need to get out of this system while we still can.
We're aware of the situation, but we have set a course for the rendezvous point immediately. There are other Remans there who will need our protection. After we regroup, we will have time to fully understand what has happened here, and to mourn our losses. We appreciate the offer, but that isn't my call to make. I'll relay your offer to Obisek and the rest of the fleet. But for now, I think it would be best if we go our separate ways. When we understand more about what the Tal Shiar are after, perhaps perhaps that will change. Thank you for your help. I know you tried your best.
I don't need anyone's permission. I'm coming with you, and we're going to find my father. In the meantime, if you expect to keep a ship this old from blowing apart at the seams, you're going to need an engineer. Good.
I think we've done everything we can here. We should report what happened to Tamer. We can leave whenever you're ready.
We will reach out to the Remans, but it will be difficult to get over centuries of mistrust and abuse. Perhaps if this Obasek is willing to speak to us directly, it might make a difference. I know you did your best to help them, and that the attack could not have been anticipated. I'm very concerned about this sabotage you reported, however, and that the culprit was never found. The Remans may very well have a Tal Shiar operative in their midst. We will not win every battle, but we will win the war. Count on that. Jolan True. Greetings.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
There is a space station in the Gasko system that we think would be a fine addition to our group. If they agree to join us, we will have an additional base for our militia ships, as well as a supply depot that could make a big difference when we begin construction of a colony. I know there is a group of refugees there. Some of them have been there for years, but they've also had a wave of new residents, including a new commander. I'd like you to go to Gasko and feel out the situation. If you think they'd be a good match for us, you are authorized to extend them an offer. Greetings. I have...
Let's go. So, wir haben... Moment, das müssen wir nur verschieben. Dann können wir das Rüstungsteil installieren und neuer Impulsantrieb. So, das war gerade verschwunden. Wir haben Ausweichmanöver schon. Das sollten wir vielleicht mal So, aber Brace for Impact haben wir leider noch nicht.
We've entered the Gasko system. According to our intelligence data, the Empire built this station in the late 23rd century, but abandoned it later when the region was no longer strategically important. Word is some refugees are living in the station now. You know the drill, right? Go to the station, preach the good news, get them on our side. Easy.
Getting docking codes now. They've opened a channel.
Die Stimme passt jetzt überhaupt nicht.
You are cleared for docking.
Welcome to Gasko Station. Our commander has assigned Tobal to escort you while you're here. Please speak to him when you're ready to leave the transporter room.
Good to have you here. We heard about you from the people who lived at the old Suliban Helix. The station commander has requested that I escort you to his office. Are you ready to go? I don't see anything wrong with that. But you should know, however, that the colonists here are happy with the way things are. You'll have a hard time trying to convince them of your cause. But you're welcome to try. Rena Kev? No, there's no one by that name on this station.
Do whatever you want with the Tal Shiar. Just leave us out of it.
You can't fight the Tal Shiar. That's crazy talk.
You're with the Ton? Look, I don't want any trouble. I can't talk to you.
Well, we don't want the Tal Shiar to attack here like they did at Craterus.
Are you crazy? The Tal Shiar would wipe us out in an instant if we fought them.
Why fight the Tal Shiar? Just stay out of their way and you'll be fine.
Look, I'm a doctor. I'm not interested in this war. Especially
the colonists
if it means
here aren't
more
eager to
people
fight the
in
Tal
sickbay.
Shiar. Well, why would they be? You might have better luck talking with the commander of this station, though. He has more backbone than most of the people around here. We'll go through engineering. That's the quickest way to the administration area.
Moment, hier ist jemand.
You're going down to the administration level, right? I think my brother's being held down there. His name is Hiven. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He talked back to one of the new guards yesterday, then he was thrown in the prison. You have to help him, please.
His brother was making insane accusations and causing trouble. He kept saying that one of the guards was with the Tal Shiar. That guard's entire family was killed by the Tal Shiar. He didn't appreciate it, and a fight broke out. Now, both the guard and this man's brother are in the brig. If you'd like, you can visit them after you're done talking to the commander. The commander's office is just ahead.
Welcome. It's good to meet you. I've heard so much about Titan's fleet and their fight against the Tal Shiar. I know you're here to offer us a chance to help, but perhaps there's a counter-offer you'd be willing to hear.
So good to see you again, my friend. It's time for us to talk. Surprised? You've been one step ahead of the Tal Shiar, but now your time has run out. Gasko Station belongs to us. Soon the Helix will be ours as well. Your little rebellion is coming to an end. I hope you enjoyed your tour of the station. You and your friends are going to be here for a very long time.
Ist das sogar hier richtig detailliert und da einfach hakiv.jpg.
Don't resist. Make this easier on all of us. You and your crew will spend some time in our brig. But if you do as you're told, you could be released. Maybe even work with the Tal Shiar. There's no reason for there to be any more violence today. The Tal Shiar just want to help us. If you choose to defy us, I will be forced to order my men to fire. As much as I would like to relieve you, what hope does Titan have? You and your group have no government, no real laws, no place to live. The Tal Shiar can give me and my people all of that and more. I'll ask you one last time. Stand down, and no one will get hurt.
We should free any prisoners, and then get out of here.
Super, jetzt töten einfach meine Leute ihn. Das ist sehr schön. Ich finde es ein bisschen schade, dass wir ihn nicht überzeugen können. Das wäre eigentlich ein guter Zeitpunkt für so einen Speech-Check oder so gewesen.
Warning. Intruders present in Gasko Station. All personnel, please seek
You're
shelter.
with the Tan's group. I heard about you. My name is Heaven. I'm the only one left who will stand up for what's right. And look where it got me. The Tal Shiar took over the station a few days ago. I think it was right after you guys helped those people in the old Suliban Helix. A few of us resisted and got thrown in prison. I'm the only one left alive. You have to get me and my brother out of here.
We've got a problem. Someone in the station activated a magnetic shield. It's blocking all of our attempts to use the ship's transporters. We had civilians who were trying to get to the ship, but now they're stuck too. We need to get to that transporter room, shut down the shield, and save any civilians that need our help.
If we want some more firepower, we can grab some equipment the Tal Shiar were using. Brother! I won't let them get away with this!
A more guy? We're gonna blow that thing apart, right?
Shield losing power.
Come on.
That was for my brother.
We need to get everyone back to the ship. There are enemy vessels inbound, and the ship is trapped in a tractor beam. Rescuing these colonists won't mean a thing if our ship is blown to pieces.
So you've escaped. How interesting.
Ship is under attack.
You really do intend to take this as far as you can, don't you? No matter. You cannot run from the rest of the Tal Shiar forces in the Gasko system. My only regret is that I won't be there to deal with you myself.
Getting out of here may be tougher than I thought with that tractor.
So, ich weiß ja nicht, warum wir noch kämpfen, weil wir haben alle hier weggeholt oder getötet.
I thought the rumors of you defeating the Tal Shiar were just that. Never been so happy. Battleship inbound!
Tom's rebellion is doomed.
Do you think you can actually win?
Warning, ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
That'll show those Tal Shiar what happens when they cross us. If I see that Hakeev again, I'll make sure he loses more than an eye. I can't thank you enough for the help back there. I don't have much left now that Leios is gone. I'm good with a weapon, and I know my way around the ship. I'd be honored to stay aboard and help you fight the Tal Shiar.
We had to expect this eventually. The Tal Shiar are actively moving to stop us from gaining more followers, and even Hakeev is involved. The bad news is that we lost Gasko Station. The good news is that the Tal Shiar is taking our movement seriously. That means we're gaining momentum. I'm going to talk to Titan. I think it's time to take real steps toward freedom.
So, was kriegen wir Schönes?
Lieutenant?
Thanks to additional information from the colonists from Gasko and Helix, we've managed to identify several possible systems that could have planets for our colonization efforts. We'll need you to scan these systems, see if there is a suitable planet, and then explore said planet to confirm your findings. You're looking for what will be the future homeworld for the Romulans. We've also been told by Federation and Klingon officials that talks of an alliance could begin if we identify a suitable planet to colonize. Datan and I will be speaking with those officials while you're exploring. This could be the next big step in our fight for independence. Greetings. I have new...
So, dann machen wir direkt mal unser Schiff schneller.
Initiating scan. Now. Preliminary reports are turning up negative, Captain. We could perform a more in-depth scan, but that could take nearly a week. Launching a satellite would allow us to monitor the area and move forward. Your orders?
Evan, möchtest du uns etwas sagen? Das Ding ist, das Dienstoffiziersystem ist noch nicht aktiv. Das heißt, ich kann auch nicht ändern, wer auf welcher... Oder? Hat das was für das damit zu tun? Wir können das mal gerade testen. Warte, USS Telluride. Können wir mit der schon sprechen? Oder müssen wir dafür das Admiralty System schon aktiviert haben? Okay, also ich habe mit ihr gesprochen, aber ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob das schon reicht. Mal gucken, wer von den beiden hat die interessanteren Fähigkeiten. Okay, ja, definitiv Satra. Also eigentlich schon Tachyon Stahl 3.
We can't get a clear reading from the planet that Timere specified. Our best option will be to drop out of warp and investigate the area. Nausicaan ships, dead ahead. They were jamming our sensors. That's why we couldn't get a clear reading on this area. It's an ambush. They're hailing us. Probably to gloat. Pirates like these only care about scrapping the ship for parts and selling any survivors to the Orions. Should I open the channel?
Nope.
Warning, ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
Na super, jetzt hat das natürlich verfehlt, ist klar. Ich finde es ein bisschen bescheuert, dass die schweren Torpedos verfehlen können. Sie können immerhin schon abgeschossen werden.
Heads up, more Nausicaans on the way.
Warning, ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
We'll set a good price for your ship, even if it's indecent.
Target's shields have failed.
If it's not Tal Shiar, it's the Nausicans. What's next? Iconians? We were able to get a few scans of the planet during combat. It's no good. The wildlife is too hostile and the natural resources too few. That leaves us with one last system, the Dewa system. Dewa 3 shows some promise. We can leave orbit whenever you're ready. We have confirmation of a suitable planet. I'm patching us through to Tamer now. He'll want an update on the situation. I'll connect you as soon as you're ready.
Excellent work. You should head to Dewa 3 and set up some orbital probes, and then beam down and investigate the surface. I'll set a course to the Dewa system and keep an eye out for any more Nausicans. Dewa 3 is one of our last chances to find a habitable planet in this region. Good luck.
Dewa 3. This could be the new Romulan homeworld. The radiation levels of this planet made it uninhabitable, but long-range surveys have detected drops in the toxicity over the past few years. Our orders are to deploy sensory probes to scan the planet, and, if they return positive, beam down for a closer look.
A real warrior never lets his prey escape.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Really? You tracked us all the way to a new system?
Target's shields have failed.
Also ich finde diese Fähigkeit super.
Go back to whatever hole you crawled out of. Massacres. I hope that's the last we've seen of them. The reports from the probes confirm that radiation levels have lowered on the planet. An away team without protective gear should be safe. There don't seem to be any civilizations down there either, but we'll have to beam down to explore the area further. Are you ready to transport? There are several teams that will beam down to other parts of the planet while we explore. Wow. Look at this place. It's beautiful. Our orders from Tamar are to analyze the local wildlife, flora, and minerals, as well as any bit of radiation.
So, willkommen auf Planet. Lauf von Ort zu Ort und scanne irgendwelche Sachen. Das ist viel zu riesig hier.
Fascinating. The water is barely tainted by the planet's radiation.
Moment, da muss noch was gescannt werden. Ich weiß tatsächlich gar nicht, ob es mehr Sachen zum Scannen gibt, als man braucht. Aber ich habe keine Lust auf ein Risiko. Hallo Patrick.
I'm detecting ancient and dilapidated structures nearby. The high amount of lead in these rocks could be the reason for the lowered radiation levels.
This is Temer. I've arrived at the outer rim of the planet. I'll be keeping a watch on any Tal Shiar or Nausicaan signals. How is the initial search going down there?
This fern seems to be resistant to the ambient radiation on this planet. It could be useful in treating radiation sickness.
Nur dieser Farn ist resistent? Ich würde behaupten, alles hier ist resistent, sonst würde es nicht mehr leben. Ich finde es auch ein bisschen schade, dass wir einfach den Tieren hier mit Gewalt begegnen müssen. Das Traurige ist, ich glaube, keine dieser Missionen lässt sich überspringen. Also da finde ich es tatsächlich echt ein bisschen schade, dass es nicht die Möglichkeit gibt, einen Romulaner direkt an dem Punkt zu starten, wo man sich für eine Fraktion entscheiden muss. Also müssen wir wieder zurücklaufen. Sehr schön. Backtracking. Spaß. Wenn man jetzt noch wüsste, wo man herkam. Die Karte ist halt auch überhaupt nicht hilfreich.
What's that? Tholians. What are they doing here? Tholians. Just what we needed. Tholians are known for not caring very much about us humanoids. I don't think they even know the difference between a Romulan and a Reman. The ship isn't detecting any more Tholian ships in orbit, but with our luck, that'll change. We should see what those Tholians are after. If this is going to be our planet, they can't take it from us.
The Tholians seemed interested in those rocks back there. Should we check it out?
Watch out! More Tholians inbound.
Enemy target on center.
More on the way, sir. Why are they so interested in this site?
No idea. We'll find out once we have a second.
Come on. Ist natürlich schön, dass unsere Besatzung Präkognition besitzt und einfach die Tholianer schon sieht, bevor sie reingebeamt sind.
One more group inbound, and it looks like they're sending one of their commanders.
Woher weißt du das? Hast du das Skript gelesen?
The Tholians wanted whatever is buried in those rocks. Let's see what's beneath them. There appears to be a sword fossilized in this accretion layer. Trying to scan it now. Wait, this is incredible! There's definitely a blade here, and its composition and size match those of Vulcan blades from about 1900 years ago. There are only a few examples of those weapons left. Most of them were destroyed during the time of Awakening.
Greetings. What have you found? Interesting. The sword could prove to be something unbelievable. Maybe even something made by Saharian. I'm concerned about the Tholians, and I'm beginning a full scan for any of their ships in orbit. Saharian was the greatest Vulcan weaponsmith who ever lived. He loved war, and created marvelous swords for the greatest warriors. After talking to Surak, however, he renounced all violence and never made another blade. 3 of his swords were taken by our people when they left Vulcan. 2 were lost during the journey, and the 3rd, as far as we know, it was lost with the homeworld. But if there's a sword from Saharian's era here, and other signs of habitation, this could be the Sword of the Raptor Star, one of the missing swords. There was an expedition out in this region looking for it a few decades ago, but as far as I know, they never found anything. Maybe we've succeeded where they failed. Anything is possible, but it will take a very long time to confirm if this is true or not. This could simply just be an old sword from a past civilization that lived here and nothing more. Regardless, I would prefer to hold out hope that this is somehow tied to us. Perhaps it is my pride simply getting in the way. Yes, we should. Hold on! We're under attack. It's the Tholians. Go to Red Alert. All hands prepare for battle.
Tamer has closed the channel, sir. I'll have the geode and blade transported to the science lab on board the ship. We should return as soon as possible. Tamer will need our help.
We managed to take out a few Tholian ships, but now we're trapped within one of their webs. There are more Tholians on the way. You've got to take out the nearby Tholians to get us out of here.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Okay, das hat jetzt von der Reichweite her nicht hingehauen.
Thank you. We don't have time to relax, however. I'm picking up a large Tholian ship leaving warp. Get ready. The Tholians have some of the most advanced technology in the quadrant, and they never back down. We'll need to work together to survive.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Excellent work. Hopefully the Tholians will stay away. What did you find? Is it possible for us to colonize the planet? By the elements! A habitable planet and one of Saharian's lost blades? That could only mean that this planet must be one of the worlds our ancestors visited after the Sundering. I knew that their path could have taken them in this area, but I never... I'll have to speak to Mimic. She's always had an interest in our history. You should get to the flotilla and speak to Datan. He'll want to know everything you've found.
Ich glaube, der Schild ist nicht wirklich besser als das, was wir schon haben. Ja, weniger Regeneration. Und das war's im Grunde. Und unser aktueller hat wenigstens noch Resistenz gegen Disruptoren. Was die Waffe der Wahl des Tal Shiar ist. Also nicht wirklich sinnvoll, das auszutauschen.
Jolan True, you found something incredible. This will be the new home of the Romulan Republic. It will be Mol Rihan, New Romulus, and we will create a new way of life there. This is exactly what we needed to begin talks with the Klingons and the Federation at Khitomer. Unless you have any more questions, I would report to Tamer. I have many preparations to make. We don't know yet, but we do know it is as old as the Sundering, and uses materials like those of the Vulcan Swordmasters, so that narrows it down a bit. The Sundering tore our people apart, but it also unified the Romulans under a common cause, the preservation of our emotions and our freedom. If this is truly the sword of the Raptor Star, it could help to once again unify the Romulans under the cause of preserving the freedoms we hold dear. We will need allies to help with the colonization. It's likely that the Federation will be willing to help with this. We also cannot settle on New Romulus without the goodwill of the Klingons, given how close we are to their space. If they would be willing to lend us a small portion of their military might, we would be safer from the Tal Shiar. After that, if Empress Sela continues her attacks, she will be doing it against a new civilization, not a band of rebels. That will make all the difference.
Good work. I knew you were the right person for this job. It will take us a long time to analyze the sword you found. We have to be very careful with something like this. But even the possibility of finding the sword of the Raptor Star has given everyone on the flotilla hope for the future. Your role isn't done yet, however. Datan and I both want you to be with us for our next task. Meeting with the Federation, Klingons, and Empress Sela on Khitomer to talk about peace and the colonization of New Romulus. Greetings.
Congratulations, Centurion.
Congratulations. You've proven yourself to be invaluable to the Republic Navy and earned the respect of your fellow
Spiel.
officers.
Es bringt nichts, nach New Romulus zu springen, wenn wir da noch gar nichts haben.
We've made a breakthrough. We can't lay claim to Dewa 3 and make it our new home without allies. The planet is close to Klingon space, although they've never formally claimed it. If we could get their support, or that of the Federation, we would be able to break away from the Romulan Star Empire without worrying what the Tal Shiar will do. Datan has been working for weeks to get the Klingons and the Federation to agree to talks. Now representatives from both factions will be at Khitomer to hear our proposal, and so will the Empress. I want you there as well. I think we'll need someone like you on our side. It won't be easy, but this is our best chance to create a new life and a new home. Greetings.
So, langsam müssen wir uns überlegen, wem wir am Ende beitreten. Ich neige eigentlich dazu, wenn ich die Wahl habe, KDF zu nehmen, weil die Schmuggelware farmen können, wenn man es braucht. So, von dir kann ich noch nichts bekommen, ne? Ja, 20. Level 20. Aber ich kann jetzt transporten, das ist schon mal ganz praktisch. Oder auch nicht. Muss auch dazu sagen, inzwischen ist die Wahl eigentlich ziemlich bedeutungslos. Du kannst inzwischen als jedes Schiff fliegen. Damit hast du auch Zugang eigentlich zu allen Raumschiff-Trades. Also auch die vorher fraktionsspezifisch waren und du vorher sonst nur aus einer Logbox bekommen hast. Wenn du die falsche Fraktion hattest. Das macht eigentlich nur fürs Roleplay Unterschiede.
Kittimer. This place has some bad blood. Back in 2346, the Romulan military launched a massive attack that slaughtered all the Klingon colonists here and took the planet. The Klingons took it back in the chaos after Shinzon's rebellion. This is the first time since then that they've allowed Romulans to be here. We should be careful. The Klingons aren't going to be in a great mood. Just having us here will be a reminder of what's happened. Datan is waiting for us with the rest of the Romulan diplomats in the Hall of Conquest. Wonder what it takes to be put in the Gallery of Honor. Chamber of Conquest. Let's hope one day the Klingons turn their attention to the Tal Shiar.
It's good to see a friendly face. The air here is a bit tense right now. I need to stay here and prepare for Empress Sela's arrival, which I'm sure will not be pleasant. Could you speak with the Klingon and Federation delegations? See what they're thinking. Get a feel for how the negotiations will go, and most importantly, try to convince them of our sincerity. Both of them want to learn more about Romulan technology, and they're willing to do a great deal for us to acquire it. We will have to be careful not to get dragged into their war, however. We are already dealing with the Tal Shiar, and that is more than enough. I believe both of them see us as a potential resource. While I'm not terribly happy about that, it is a way to get them to assist us. And until we are established on a world of our own, we need their help. We're still working on an agreement, but an initial proposal is on the table. The Federation and Klingons will help us establish New Romulus, as long as they can set up embassies on the planet. They wish to use this as a chance to acquire Romulan technology and Romulan allies. We need assistance to create a new world. It's a give and take, one that will hopefully work. You can start by speaking with some of the delegates from the Klingon Empire and the Federation. Just because an initial proposal has been presented does not mean the conference is over. Far from it. Any information you can get me about what they're thinking will help when it comes time to present our case.
Moment, die Tür ist zu.
The Hall of Heroes. They're probably Klingon heroes who killed Romulans.
I understand their stance, but still, there are issues. The would-be Romulan Republic is weak and fractured. How could an alliance benefit us? Ah, one of Datan's followers. Greetings. I am Ambassador Satas, representative for the Klingon Empire. I am curious, what exactly does your group have to offer the Klingons in an allegiance? Datan is no warrior, and Klingon politics have little in common with Romulan machinations. You do have a point. The fact that you've survived this long against the Tal Shiar says something about your people. However, it does not say whether or not you are in the right in this civil war of yours, or if this is just an elaborate Romulan plot. We shall see just how trustworthy you are in the days to come.
Diplomacy makes for thirsty work. The Federation ambassador can't hold his teeth together for more than a minute. The Vulcan just stares daggers at everyone. Half my delegation are a breath away from ripping into the Starfleeters like rampaging togs, and we're all stuck in here with you backstabbing greenbloods. Oh, did I offend you? Well, get used to it. We don't have a reason to trust you yet, and I don't know if we ever will.
So, wir laufen jetzt natürlich mit dem Becher und verschütten nichts. Das ist bestimmt einer dieser Magic-Becher für Astronauten, wo nichts rausläuft.
Ah, blood wine. At least you have some manners. Nice to know that you all aren't as ill-bred as the stories say. Ah, there's some strength in you. I like that. Perhaps you would be a valuable ally. But just because you know when to bring a Klingon a drink does not mean we are friends. I'm keeping an eye on you and your kind.
The Klingons don't seem too thrilled with the idea of being allies. Maybe we'll have better luck with the Federation.
One of our new potential allies. I am Jiro Sugihara, a representative of the Federation Diplomatic Corps. Let's talk, shall we? Yes, I'd love a chat. Now, please don't take the cool reactions of some of my colleagues as an indication of how the whole of the Federation feels. There is a history between our two governments. But I believe with some work, we can all come to a peaceful agreement. Don't you agree? Of course you do, of course. Why else would you and other fine and forward-thinking Romulans, such as Datan, be present here at this conference? I like to think of all of us, Federation, Klingon, and Romulans alike, as engineers. We're building bridges to a newer and brighter future. We're architects, designing load-bearing structures upon which we might build vital cooperative efforts. But before we get to the window dressing, of course, you know where we must begin. Why, with the foundations. You knew that, of course. There's nothing we cannot achieve if we're able to continue to sit down and discuss our differences, and bit by bit, measure by measure, work through them and learn from one another. We must start fresh. So as one potential friend to another, I ask this entirely as a personal question. How do you feel about reunification? I know there are a lot of people in the Federation still opposed to it, but I am certain that if we simply sit down together and discuss the issue rationally, we can...
Ja, also bei ihm ist so ein bisschen der Running Joke, dass er sehr verliebt in den Klang seiner Stimme ist.
We've all come to see that reunification is a wonderful idea, isn't it? Bringing long-lost brothers back together and mending hurts from so long ago. Really, that's what the Romulans and Vulcans are, don't you think? A family divided. It's a shame. I think of my daughter. She's a lovely girl. Takes after her mother in many respects. She's on Bajor now, but I love seeing her as much as possible. That's why I believe reunification should happen as soon as possible. Imagine all the wounds it would heal, the pain that would go away. That would only be the start. If Vulcans and Romulans could find peace, why not peace with the Klingons, the Hirogen? It would be a wake-up call to all races that peace, prosperity, and unity are all possible. Our Federation has its problems, but we've learned to live and work together. There's no reason we all can't do so.
I know your kind too well to ever trust what you say. I will not be taken in by your attempts to be disarming. It has yet to be determined if anyone is being hunted. If that is the case, Starfleet will take the appropriate action within the bounds of the Prime Directive. I have spent more than 3 decades defending the Federation from Romulan plots. I have seen all of the tricks, the deceptions, all of the treachery that is born of hubris. Romulans believe they are superior to all other species. That is incorrect. It will take a great deal of effort to deceive me. I suggest you do not try.
Ja, also alles, was er zu viel sagt, sagt sie zu wenig.
Jolan True, what do you have to report? There's doubt everywhere. We will have to be careful not to...
This conference is a farce.
Sela!
You're not trying to found a settlement. You're rebelling against your sovereign. You're stirring up dissent with your wild stories of mysterious aliens and colony attacks.
Wild stories?
Until now, I gave your little movement some leeway because I thought I could convince you to see the error of your ways. This ridiculous conference shows me I've been far too forgiving.
You? How could you?
Toven! That's enough! You two, please leave this to Tamara and me.
Unbelievable. How can that woman stand there and deny everything? If you ask me, the only thing worse than the Tal Shiar is the politician who lies for them. There should be no allegiance with such... Hold on. We're getting a message from the ship.
Fällt gerade auf, was für ein Hühne einfach Tovan ist. Ich glaube, ich habe Ähnchen auf 1,78 Körpergröße eingestellt. Der kann einfach das Riker-Manöver machen.
They're picking up odd ships on sensors. Ships that match the one we scanned back when the colony was destroyed. Good. Now they'll have to deal with us, the Klingons, and the Federation.
The Klingon command base has ordered us to remain in orbit and leave the defense.
Die Stimme stimmt nicht.
However, I'm certain that the singularity signature I'm detecting is the same ship that was in orbit of Virenot during the attack. This could be the person responsible for the destruction of the colony. Do we investigate despite the Klingons' objections?
Ihr könnt ihn doch nicht von einem Moment auf den anderen die Stimme wechseln lassen. Leute.
I'm picking up multiple anomalies in the area, but the Klingons are still ignoring them. We should investigate them and be prepared for whatever happens. Keep an eye out for Klingon ships. If any hostiles appear, they'll show up too. If we're lucky, they'll target the enemy and not us. The Alachi were hiding the Tal Shiar ship.
Warning. Ship is under attack. Target's shield has failed.
This is a matter for the Klingon Empire! I am Gerard, son of Lursa, captain of the IKSK. You have proven yourself in battle against one of these ships. I will ensure that you will survive to prove yourself again. I was the first to uncover the alien Undine within the Klingon Empire. Now, I shall be the first to combat this new alien threat. To battle!
Oh hey, das Haus Duras existiert noch.
Warning. Ship is under attack. Target's shield has failed.
Tal Shiar dogs! This is Klingon space!
Why am I not surprised that you were the one who discovered us? I'm quite happy you did, though. Now I have a chance to rectify the mistakes of Gasko Station. Captain Gerard, you have no place in this fight between us. This is a Romulan affair.
Colonel Hakim, you came into sovereign Klingon territory with hostile intent. You brought these aliens into our space. Now, you have the unmitigated goal to try to give orders to a Klingon warrior? This is not a Romulan affair anymore, Colonel. You have insulted me, and you will pay the price.
I don't care if you have 100 Klingon ships. You will not stop me.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Hey, wir sind dumm genug, den Klingonen anzupissen.
Target's shield has failed.
It's been a pleasure, Commander. But my work here is complete. I will deal with you another time.
You fought well. My people will learn of Colonel Hakiv's attack on my vessel. That I can promise you. I will also tell them of your abilities in battle. However, Hakiv did not die, so I cannot rule out the possibility that this was all a Romulan trick. My ship will continue to patrol the area. You should return to the conference.
Hakiv beamed something down to the surface before he warped. I think... yes, we're getting confirmation. He beamed explosives down to Kittimer. We've got to get down there and disarm them before anyone finds out. Even a hint of a problem like this, and the conference will be shut down. We'll lose our best chance for colonization.
Das Ding ist, was halt die Klingonen immer wieder zeigen, wenn du demonstrierst, dass du ihre Kultur respektierst, dann sind sie eigentlich auch sehr umgänglich.
What is your status? I'm in the Hall of Heroes now, and things are underway. Did you handle the situation with the Ilachi? This is not good. It will be too easy for any disturbance to be blamed on us, and Hakiv knows it. I'll start searching the Hall of Heroes. Contact me once you've found all of the explosives on your end. I'll do my best to discreetly look for anything amiss over here. Make sure the Klingons do not find the bombs first. If they do, there's a good chance we'll be seeing one another soon in a jail cell.
Einfach toll, wie auch niemand hier an den Konsolen sitzt.
Tal Shiar had spies here the entire time.
Man würde meinen, dass Waffenfeuer hier zigtausend Alarme auslösen würde, aber es ist ein klingonischer Planet, also Waffenfeuer ist hier einfach ein normaler Dienstag, denke ich.
Did you get the explosives? Good. That's a relief. I found a bomb near one of the statues in the back of the hall. I should be able to confirm that these devices were made by the Tal Shiar once the conference is over. It will be more proof that they cannot be trusted. Why don't you come inside the conference? The Klingons are about to speak. It should be interesting to hear what they have to say.
In conclusion, think about how many times we've been fooled by Romulans. Sela already sent the Tal Shiar to attack us here. Who is to say Detan is not part of her plan? We must not allow this alliance to happen.
Hakiv!
Treacherous Greenblood!
Stay back!
What do you think you're doing? What? What are you? Remember this. He gave his life for me, for a Klingon. A man died with honor. When my time comes, I hope I can do the same. His sacrifice showed me that we have a common enemy. The blood in your veins may be green, but you fight for your people with the courage of a Klingon. I would be proud to give my aid to you and Datan. We will hunt the Tal Shiar like the dogs they are.
Tamer's sacrifice will be remembered. I promise you that. Personally, I have never liked the Tal Shiar, but we of the Diplomatic Corps are always committed to trying to find peaceful solutions first. But we can help you in your fight to bring justice to the Tal Shiar if you accept our assistance. We know you have much to do to build a new homeworld and free your people. The Federation wants to be your ally in everything.
Tamer's death will not be in vain. Now we have the opportunity to secure our future. The Federation looks favorably upon our endeavors, but it will take time for them to commit. Now Tamer has shown the Klingons that there is honor and nobility among us. We may not have gotten what we wanted today, but I foresee a day where we will build a home and a life on New Romulus. The next step must be yours. Both Starfleet and the Klingon Defense Force have agreed to take Romulans into their forces. I'd like you to be the first. You will be our eyes, ears, and hands in their fleets. More importantly, you will be our voice. Where you serve is your choice. But wherever you go, always remember that you are Romulan. If you haven't done so already, speak with the representatives of the Federation and the Klingon Empire. Then, take some time to think it over. When you are ready, speak with Subcommander Nadell back on the flotilla.
Tamer gave his life so that we would be understood by the others. I know I won't forget this. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to take down the Tal Shiar, so I'm with you on this, no matter what. The ship is awaiting our return whenever you're ready. We need to report to Subcommander Nadell and let her know everything that's happened.
Wie weit ist es?
Welcome back. I'm Subcommander Nadell. Tamer's final actions impressed both the Klingons and the Federation. The time has come for you to decide who you will be allied with. Starfleet and the Klingons both have sent diplomats to stay here at the flotilla. Talk to them if you have any questions. Then speak to me when you are ready to make your choice.
Also ich finde es klasse, dass sie sich einfach nochmal vorstellt, so als wären wir nicht schon begegnet.
Tamer's sacrifice showed bravery and honor. We honor his act, and we will not forget it. The Prime Directive may tie our hands sometimes, but we recognize when reaching out will help the galaxy. We are ready to recognize the Romulan Republic as a legitimate government, free of the Romulan Star Empire. We can help your people. If you'll accept us as your allies, we'll gladly aid you in your fight against the tyranny of the Tal Shiar. We know you have much to do to rebuild a new homeworld on New Romulus. Tell us what you need.
We're ready to help you with construction and the relocation of any willing Romulans to their new home.
Temer's sacrifice showed the High Council that we have a common enemy. And there is such a thing as an honorable Romulan. We honor his memory. Join us. The blood in your veins may be green, but you fight for your people with the courage of a Klingon. The Klingon Defense Force will be proud to give our aid to the Romulan Republic. Together, we will hunt the Tal Shiar like the honorless dogs they are.
Time is short. What do you need of me? This final choice must be yours, but I know you will honor Temer and serve our people well, no matter where you decide to go. So what is it to be then? The Klingons or the Federation? Time is short. What do you need of me?
Das ist halt auch einfach nicht mehr wirklich aktuell.
Temer was a great man. He touched so many lives among the survivors, and I know he thought very highly of you. I can think of no better way to honor his commitment and sacrifice than by continuing to serve the Romulan people. On to business. The flotilla will be working on beginning settlement of Dewa 3, or what we're calling New Romulus.
Congratulations, Centurion.
Time is short. What do you need of me? Greetings. I am taking over as your liaison with the Romulan Republic since Temer is no longer with us. You have proven yourself and earned the respect of your fellow Romulans. A contact from our new allies would like to speak with you. Return to the flotilla. Time is short. Time is short. What do you need of me? I'm glad that you're settled into your new ship, as we can't waste any time. We've received word that the miners on Beta Thoradar have spotted Nausicaan pirates near their system. The pirates haven't bothered to attack the mining installation, but it's only a matter of time, and they're likely to go after freighter traffic in the area. Beta Thoradar is an unremarkable system, but there's a small Republic colony there that mines heavy metals necessary for ship construction. I need you to take your new ship to the Beta Thoradar system and patrol the area. Just let everyone know that the Republic is watching.
So, wir haben gerade Stuff bekommen. Aber nichts als Spannendes. Du kannst zum... So, pass auf. Nee, wir haben nicht wirklich was, ne? Beam Weapon Damage. Kann man mal vorübergehend slotten. Aber viel wichtiger ist jetzt, dass wir endlich Zugriff auf die Accountbank haben. Nein, nicht der Exchange, ich will zur Bank. So, was ich einmal brauche ist... Wo ist der Boost? Ich habe doch extra welche gefarmt. Wo sind die hin? Hier. Einen brauche ich. So, und dann machen wir Federation Mission Scout Shit. Ach, okay, das haben wir. Das habe ich auch vor kurzem freigeschaltet. So, das brauchen wir. Weil, warte, ist das? Ne, das ist das Device. Das brauchen wir. Dann. So, ein Schild, der mit uns levelt. Und eine Rüstung, die mit uns levelt. So, und da ich im Moment noch keine besonderen Waffenpräferenzen für diesen Charakter habe, nehmen wir mal noch die hier.
At the perfect time. Our satellites have picked up several Nausicaan ships in and near the system. They seem to be pirates, bent on harassing freighters. I am concerned about the possibility of the pirates deciding to beam down and ransack our home. The planets in this system are not particularly habitable, so we're limited to several small underground facilities. It wouldn't be hard for them to send a contingent of troops and take control of our mining operation. Obviously, if this keeps up, we won't have any trade, which will force us to close down this operation and evacuate.
Warning, ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed. Target's shields have failed. Target's shields have failed.
Any ship in range. This is the Freighter's Island. We've taken heavy damage from Nausicaan pirates. We need immediate assistance.
Warning, ship is under attack.
Oh, das ist ja wie eine Bowlingkugel.
around for more pirates to show up.
Thank you once more for your policing efforts. It'll be a while before we see trouble here again. Speaking of trouble, I thought you might wish to know that freighter, the Xylan, came by to trade for supplies. They claimed to be carrying mostly perishable delectables and trinkets, but their holds had no refrigeration system and registered a great many compact power signatures. The freighter manifest indicated that they had recently come from the Chaltok system. There's a small Uridian colony there. You might be able to find answers if you find out who's supplying them.
Odd. None of the colonies in contact with the Republic should be involved in weapons dealing. I will make a few inquiries. You may want to take your new ship over to the Chaltok system, in case we need additional investigating done.
Time is short. Congratulations, Centurion.
These are your active traits.
Greetings. I have a new mission for you on behalf of the Republic. We have traced the Uridian freighter you rescued back to the Chaltok system. Years ago, the Chaltok system held a Romulan research facility studying polaric energy. It was nearly destroyed in a polaric energy explosion. Since then, a colony of Uridians has settled on the planet. Recently, it has become a hotbed of strife. This isn't the first incident we've had with the colony, and we suspect weapons smuggling is occurring. We have heard rumors of one weapons dealer in particular on Chaltok, a Riemann. We'd like to make sure that none of the weapons there are going to be turned against New Romulus. We need you to travel to the Chaltok system and investigate these allegations.
Time is short. What do you need of me?
So, wir schießen einfach mal zuerst. Auch immer schön NPC-Nachrichten ohne Bild. Wir müssen jetzt einfach random Leute ansprechen. Ja, okay.
Another refugee of Romulus. Welcome. I am the leader of this small band. You may call me Lortrix. I assume you were behind destroying those Erogen ships around the planet. We're all very thankful for that. The Erogen have been bothering us for quite some time. I would hate to think what would have happened if you didn't arrive when you did. We mainly supply merchant ships with various minerals, and we have a small ore refining operation. It's not much, but it keeps us alive. The Erogen have been harassing us for quite some time, unfortunately. They want to use our facility to manufacture weapons. You and I both know what will come of that. And no one here wants to get involved in someone else's war. You understand, don't you?
Super, und ich soll jetzt entscheiden, ob ich ihm glaube oder nicht? Ist zu früh für so eine Entscheidung. Ja, das heißt, wir haben das Indiz, dass sich etwas unsere Scans stört.
We mainly supply merch. I apologize if there has been something to make you distrust us. My chief engineer is nearby. He's honest to the point of conflict. He and I have had our disagreements, but I can rely on him to always give his opinion. Why don't you speak to him? I'll walk with you.
Greetings. I overheard your conversation with Lortrix. I can assure you that the colony is not doing any sort of business with Erogen. We can barely keep food in our mouths, and the mine running, let alone supply massive weapons for spaceships. I'm doing my best here with limited resources, but at times, even that isn't good enough. Just the other day we had an accident that destroyed half of our mining equipment, leaving us crippled until the next merchant ship passes through. Look, to be blunt, we're the ones that need help. We're not in much shape to help anyone else. What do you want? I'm not bothering anyone, I swear. I'm sorry. Look, they told me to send a message when you were done scanning the cargo. I don't know anything. I don't know why they told me that. All I know is that I see people using the consoles nearby. That's it.
Ich glaube, als Techniker können wir das Geschütz da manipulieren. Ich glaube, hier musste man jemanden davor stellen, ne?
Unlock failed.
Ich glaube, irgendwas gab es auch, wo man einfach nur jemanden davor stellen musste.
We have them trapped in the warehouse.
Excellent. Activate the transport inhibitors to stop them from beaming out.
Very well. Do you have any further orders?
Just stay out of our way while we subdue the prey.
So, wie wir wissen, wenn man eine Konsole zerstört, dann geht einfach alles aus. Immer. Ja, bleib doch hier. Wieso beam ich extra ein Team hier rein, wenn sie dann wieder rausbeamen? Das ist doch Blödsinn.
You're good. Very good. But do you think this will change anything? I spit on you and the Republic. Traitors! To your own people. To die like this. You terrorists. You care nothing for the common people. The Tal Shiar. They protect us. Make us stronger. You either choose a side, or you die. Surrounded by the dogs of war. Supported by no one. Even in death, I stand by my choice. Leave me to die.
Nope.
Klingon Empire always honors its commitments. To battle! Battle. I am lucky to be assigned to you. You know the joy of a good fight. Finish your business here. I will be patrolling for any stragglers.
When you tripped our monitoring program, the Star Empire sent me to investigate. Our intel said you were part of the terrorist cell on Verinot, but your actions here suggest otherwise. I'm here to make you an offer. Renounce your terrorist allies and come with me and fight for the glory of the Romulan Star Empire. I am authorized to grant you amnesty for your past crimes if you agree to serve the Empire again. If you agree, we would like you to remain within Datan's terrorist cell for the time being. He trusts you. The intel you could gather would be very valuable. The Empire rewards its loyal children well, but it also punishes its enemies. Consider your decision carefully.
Charva. You can't trust her. I know her too well for that. We grew up together. I was her friend. But that's all over. It ended the day she joined the Tal Shiar.
Tovan Kev is with you. I should have known. You're one of us, a child of a lost world. The Tal Shiar keeps a close eye on this colony. When you started poking around in the weapons facility on Chaltok, you tripped one of our security programs. You saw what happened to Lortrix. He sacrificed his heritage, his life, for what? To take orders from the Hirogen? I can't begin to fathom that, throwing away everything in exchange for something so small. I'm here to make sure you do not do the same. You don't understand yet, but you will. The Romulan Republic is a terrorist organization. Datan and his followers are inciting Romulans and Remans to take up arms against the legitimate government of the Romulan Star Empire. Think about it. The military and the Tal Shiar are the only means of guaranteeing security for those of us who survived the destruction. The military has the ships and the manpower. The Tal Shiar has the information and the intelligence network. This new homeworld Datan wants is an illusion. Why start over in contested space near the Federation and the Klingon Empire? Why would Datan choose a system in such a turbulent and dangerous area, unless he knew he could guarantee they wouldn't risk attacking him? He certainly isn't going to do that with pretty words. Datan may have you fooled, but don't just take my word for it. See for yourself. Why do you think that Chaltok is shipping weapons? And they're not the only colony world involved in those kinds of operations. You think that this sort of business wasn't going on elsewhere? Perhaps even on Veranot, right under your nose. Datan's only showing you what he wants you to see. I can show you the things that the Republic is trying to hide. Believe me, or don't. You don't have to trust me. Just trust the evidence. When you are ready to learn more, I'll be ready to show you. It's true. The Tal Shiar has employed Hirogen contractors from time to time for certain tasks. But the Hirogen are the Empress's allies, not her slaves. They are free to do what they wish.
Okay, ich find's cool, dass es doch einen Einfluss hat, was man macht. In dem Sinne, dass halt er einfach nicht überlebt. Beziehungsweise er halt dann die Ärzte angreift.
There's a lot I have to say about Charva. As you may have guessed, we used to be quite close. There's a lot of history between us, but all that's really important is that we went separate ways. She thought that the Tal Shiar could ensure security for our people, and I didn't. It's just bringing up a lot of old feelings. As I mentioned, we have a turbulent past. We grew up together. Once, I thought we might have a future together. Those were in the dark years after the destruction of the homeworld. We survived, but it tore us apart. I just wanted to make a new start. She was convinced that nowhere was safe. She kept talking about working with the military or the Tal Shiar. I argued that the only way we'd be safe was to be able to stand up for ourselves. There's a lot I have to say about Charva. As you may have guessed, I don't believe Datan is a terrorist. I think he's an idealist who's trying to come to terms with the chaos. Datan would never knowingly sanction violence, especially against innocents. He doesn't even like us fighting the Tal Shiar, although he sees the need. But Datan isn't the only person making decisions in the Republic. Maybe there are some people who see the Republic as their chance to have a little revenge. I don't know. I think Charva is wrong about Datan and the Republic, but that doesn't mean it's outside the bounds of possibility that someone has taken things too far, or has a secret program that Datan doesn't know about. If she knows something that we don't, we should try to find out what it is. There's a lot of... Well, Charva's not a bad person. At least she wasn't. But she is misguided. She's turned a blind eye to the excesses of the Tal Shiar, and she probably doesn't even know about most of them. The Tal Shiar are masters of propaganda, after all. I think that anything she tells us is going to be something that the Tal Shiar wants us to hear. We should gather our own evidence, and draw our own conclusions. There's a lot I have to say.
Your findings are distressing. I'll pass this along to Republic Command. As for Charva, I think the best course of action right now is to wait for her next move. If she's really desperate to make her case, she'll contact you again. If she does, keep me informed. Nadell out.
Time is short. Congratulations, Centurion.
I know you weren't involved personally, but Datan was using your colony, among others, as part of his terrorist network. I have seen Tal Shiar documents saying that Veranot was a prime site for weapons development. If so, that is probably why it was attacked. You're still grieving over the loss of your home, the deaths of your friends. I know what that's like. Now you need to go back there and find the proof, so you'll know the true nature of the man you're working for.
So, wir fliegen nochmal kurz zur zur Flotte. Ich kann aber, ja, selbst wenn ich das zum Premiere mache, kann ich nicht hinspringen. Das ist natürlich blöd. So, Control Expertise und Control Amplification will ich auf jeden Fall. Und dann hier Threat Control. Moment, ich muss gar nicht zur Flotte, ich muss zum Glück lag New Romulus genau auf der Linie.
We have the strength now. With the help of Starfleet and the Empire, we could destroy what's left of the Tal Shiar. We would be safe. We would be free.
There are too few of us left to fight amongst ourselves. Military action should be our last option.
I don't see how talking to them will be enough. But I'm a warrior, not a politician. If my people are to find a home here, there must be a leader capable of building a new future. Of looking past our differences to find harmony. You are that leader, Detan.
Since I was a child hiding in the sewers of the capital with the reunificationists, I have worked toward the day when the Romulans would once again walk beside their Vulcan brothers and sisters. Before that can happen, we need to rebuild. We need a home to replace what was lost, to see past our grief and find acceptance. We need to reconcile with the Remans and end the centuries of strife and oppression. The fate of both our peoples rests here. We either create a new homeworld out of the ashes, or we wither and die. Thank you for agreeing to meet me here. I'm grateful that both the Federation and the Empire have temporarily put aside their differences to help create a new Romulus. This wouldn't be possible without you. Your example led the way. We're building a new home here. Romulans and Remans can't continue on like nothing has changed. Everything is different. We are a changed people. The loss of Romulus wounded us greatly. But that wound will not be fatal. There is a great deal of work to do before we can truly call this our new home. But with your help, I know Mold Rihan, or New Romulus, as our allies call it, will someday be as great as what we lost. Kylor is in charge of the staging area. He can give you more information about what we need. There's much to do, and little time. We left our first home to remain free. We lost our adopted home to treachery. May this world be the home we have sought for so long. A place where our descendants can live in peace.
So, das ist jetzt ein bisschen anachronistisch, weil das ein bisschen vorgreift. Aber leider kann man die Cutscene nicht überspringen. So, eigentlich wollte ich hier hin. Ich hätte jetzt schon swappen können. Ich habe ja auch die normalen Swap-Dinger freigeschaltet jetzt. Machen wir auch bei der Gelegenheit. Wir können ja auch nach Kronos. Das ist das Ding halt an den Romulanern. Dadurch, dass sie eine Fraktion wählen und halt auch so eine halbe Fraktion für sich sind, können sie, was Dienstoffiziere angeht, halt im Prinzip zweimal zulangen. Etwas, was das Dominion leider nicht kann. Also wir müssen zur Akademie.
It looks like we're not the only ones visiting. All this debris has attracted Nausicaan scavengers. Recommend that we clear the area of these pirates while searching for any traces of weapon signatures in the wreckage. I don't want any pirates disturbing the remains of the ships where our friends died.
Warte, ist das jetzt einfach nur...
It looks like...
Okay, es ist einfach... Also wie das ist halt das Ding. Du weißt nie, ob es einfach buggy ist und deswegen die Voiceline nicht spielt oder ob nie eine Voiceline aufgenommen wurde. Was ich gerade gerne wüsste, skaliert die Singularität, die ich hier erzeugen kann, mit Control Expertise, ja. Skaliert.
Shields have failed. Ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
We didn't find anything unusual on these ships, and I knew we wouldn't. I want to believe her, but she's not the person I knew. She's Tal Shiar. Still, I am picking up some strange energy readings from the surface of the planet. Perhaps we should continue our search there.
Ja gut, da war ja auch das Elachi-Gerät, das wir in der Höhle gefunden haben, ganz am Anfang. Also könnte vielleicht das die Quelle sein?
You're one of them, aren't you? We've been looking all over this place for evidence of your terrorist plots, and here you are, showing up to dispose of the evidence we're here to find. I'm placing you under arrest. I don't want to resort to violence, but if you resist, I'll be forced to take action.
Mensch, die Sternenflotte ist ja erstaunlich trigger-happy heute. Und das selbst wenn sie 5:3 unterlegen ist.
This was such a peaceful place once. And so beautiful.
So, ich rede mir jetzt einfach mal ein, dass wir die Leute einfach betäuben. Ich meine, es wäre smart.
Devex's old helmet. Reminds me of better times. They'll pay for what they have done to our colony.
Personal shield losing power.
Die ganze Situation hier ist so ein bisschen wie in Mass Effect mit 2 gewissen Charakteren, von denen nur einer überlebt und die danach im Prinzip komplett austauschbar geschrieben werden mussten, weil egal was ist, es muss aufs Gleiche rauskommen. Und deshalb haben wir hier Föderationspersonal, was sich sehr klingonisch verhält, beziehungsweise sehr trigger-happy ist zumindest für Sternenflottenverhältnisse.
So, you're the terrorist. I allied with the Federation because they promised me the opportunity to find people like you. People willing to hurt innocent civilians and give you the justice you deserve. You're no better than the Tal Shiar. I will restore our people's nobility, no matter what it takes. Of course you are. My teams didn't find the weapons that were here, but this colony has been empty for weeks. You had ample time to hide them, or move them to another location off-world. But there's no evidence that they weren't here. And in the absence of evidence, I go with my instincts. They tell me that people like you hid weapons here, and those weapons got people killed. Innocents, civilians, people who should have been living in peace. This ends now. You won't get a chance to hurt anyone else.
Enemy target on sensor. Flanking damage detected. Personal shield losing power.
Ich muss mich echt daran gewöhnen, dass... Moment, ich leg das hier drüber, dann stelle ich nicht aus Versehen meine Waffen um.
Enough! Enough! I yield! Do with me what you will. What? Surprising words coming from a terrorist. That makes a surprising amount of sense. A contact that I thought I could trust told me there was evidence of terrorism and weapons manufacturing here. I'm guessing you were told the same thing. Neither of us found anything, except one another. We were sent here to die. I agree. Whoever set up this little charade is probably lying in wait to eliminate the survivor of our battle. Won't they be surprised when we join forces? I'll return to my ship immediately. Join me in orbit, and we can finish this.
I remember that painting. We should take it with us, as a reminder of home.
Ich meine, der Tal, den wir haben, aber natürlich dieser Commander nicht. Java hat uns gesagt, sie hat die Autorität, uns Amnestie zu gewähren. Das würde aber Hakiv niemals tun, weil allein schon wegen seinem Auge. Also, definitiv nicht, nein.
Enemy ship on sensors.
How disappointing to see you alive. I am Commander Talum of the IRW Ishe, and you seem to have a talent for sniffing out Tal Shiar. I thought sending another Romulan Republic terrorist to take you out would take care of 2 problems at once. I was mistaken. Perhaps this is for the best. Now I can take both your bodies back to Colonel Hakiv.
I'm sure he will reward me for finally eliminating you.
Was ist das eigentlich mit den Stimmen, die überhaupt nicht stimmen?
I don't enjoy being played for a fool. I'm here to back you up. Let's show this Tal Shiar scum what real Romulans are made of.
Target's shields have failed.
I am impressed by your quick thinking. You would have made an excellent Starfleet officer. I wish you had chosen to work with the Federation instead of the Klingon Empire. Regardless, I am glad we can both serve the greater good of the Romulan Republic.
I picked up a transmission from an attack group in this direction. It sounded like you must have uncovered something significant enough to warrant an armed response. What did you find?
That can't be. Are you suggesting I had something to do with it? Why would I? I have nothing to gain. I want you to join us. All of our intelligence reports said there would be weapons, or at least residual traces of weapon stores here. I swear it. Someone must have gotten to it before you and moved it. Covered it up somehow. Did you tell anyone you were coming here? I know my information didn't turn out like we expected this time, but is Tovan still looking for his sister? I might be able to locate Rinna. If the Tal Shiar has any information on her whereabouts, I'll pass it on to you. That should show you I can be trusted. I just need to make my report before anyone gets suspicious. After that, I'll be in touch.
Excellent work. I'm not surprised that you did not find any weapons on Virinot. While the Romulan Republic has contacts with most of the colony worlds, we're not using them to fight a war. We're encouraging them to see the truth and join our cause. Nonetheless, you must continue to humor Charva to have any chance of winning her to our side. I doubt this will be the last you hear from her. Keep me apprised of developments.
Time is short. Congratulations, Centurion.
Irgendwas Gutes. Romulan Operative. Also wenn, bräuchten wir was mit Superior Romulan Operative, aber leider sieht das nicht so aus.
Greetings. Given what you've discovered at Chaltok and Virinot, we need to widen our investigation. Republic ships have gone missing, and we can't afford these sort of losses. We need you to look into this problem. Head to the Beta Quadrant. One of our ships went missing near the Mempa system, and we want you to find out what happened. While I appreciate the personal nature of your attempt to find Rinna Kev, you need to focus on the big picture. Our fledgling republic needs to establish its legitimacy as a political body, fend off attacks and intrigue by the Tal Shiar and other external threats, and stabilize its claims on New Romulus. Right now, we need you to pursue this investigation. Our fleet is not particularly large, and we cannot afford to have any ships go missing. We need you to find out what's happening to them. Don't worry, this isn't the old Empire where one person's welfare is put by the wayside for the good of the state. We'll keep looking for information about Rinna. The best thing you can do is help the Republic to survive, so we can devote more resources to missions of a more personal nature. Time is short.
We've arrived at the source of the distress signal. Scanning the area now. The ship is badly damaged, but there's no clear relationship between the distortion and the ship. I ran a comparison to the anomalies we scanned previously in the Kittimer system. While they appear similar at first look, the spike in tetrions is different from what we've seen before. Sir, there's no sign of a Republic vessel in the area. Whatever happened here is unfortunate, but I recommend we continue our search elsewhere. It may look suspicious if we linger.
Ich würde sagen, wie nah muss ich denn noch ran?
Cardassians use a recursive encryption algorithm to protect their data from unauthorized access. We'd have to be on their bridge to tap into their systems. We have no idea what happened to this ship. We could be putting ourselves at risk for the sake of curiosity. I recommend we leave and continue our search elsewhere. It's your call, but if you're going over to that ship, then I'm coming with you. Interesting. No visible damage. Why would they abandon the ship? The bridge appears operational, but where's the crew? No other life signs detected. We're alone. Here's something odd. There are no corpses on this ship. The ship description fits what we've seen of the Alachi. Several security logs were accessed recently. I think you're going to want to see this. The security recording is from 3 days ago.
Ja, das sieht sehr, sehr richtig aus.
Whatever it is, it explains why there aren't any corpses. One more. Pulling it up now. Wait. That noise. Several ships are on approach and requesting status. Sir, they're Cardassian.
The only true way for Cardassians is the way of conquest.
That is unfortunate. Your ship would be worth far more undamaged. This is your last chance. Feel free to use the escape pods if necessary.
2 more waves are approaching the system. Recommend a defensive posture with power to shields.
Nö. Also, Energie auf Schilde, wer macht denn sowas?
Your ship will be a trophy for the true way. The true way will avenge us!
The Cardassians were unaware of what had happened to their missing vessel. It appears the Alachi attacked them while they were hunting for our ships. Bad luck. We should destroy the derelict. Let the True Way think that the Republic defeated all of their patrols.
Soccer Paradise, danke für den Raid. Wir sind gerade in der romulanischen Story für die Star Trek Online Review, an der ich arbeite. Warum soll ich jetzt so... Ist doch total sinnlos, das Schiff jetzt noch extra zu zerstören. Wir haben gerade wieder festgestellt, wie wunderbar buggy dieses Spiel ist. Also auch die Cutscenes. Es ist seit Jahren so und jeder, der diese Mission spielt, sieht das. Und es weckt sehr viel Vertrauen in die Zukunft dieses Spiels. Oder Leute, die einfach plötzlich mit der falschen Stimme sprechen.
According to new intel, Sela has started paying privateers to capture or destroy Romulan Republic ships. That would explain why these Cardassians are operating outside their normal territory. I suggest we track these True Way ships back to their base. If we're lucky, they'll lead us right to the missing Republic ships.
Hat bei Bethesda Games auch nur den Meme-Faktor erhöht. Ja. Gut, Bethesda-Spiele funktionieren halt einfach. Das Ding ist halt auch jetzt, wir haben es vorhin ja festgestellt, du weißt halt nie, gibt es für diese da keine Voice-Line mal random oder wird sie einfach nur nicht abgespielt? Und das ist halt weird in Missionen, wo trotzdem alles eigentlich synchronisiert ist mit, also alles Voice-Lines hat. Und dann haben Charaktere, die einfach plötzlich keine Voiceline haben. So Charaktere, die normalerweise aber als gesprochenen Dialog haben. Ja, bei mir ist es das Gleiche.
Recommend we stay cloaked as we approach the station, sir. If we avoid the magnetic flux energy, we should be able to remain cloaked as we approach the station.
So, wir leiten mal Energie auf den Antrieb, einfach nur, damit wir ein bisschen schneller auch ohne vollen Impuls hier durchkommen. Ich finde es auch ein bisschen schade, dass die Waffenplattformen nicht halb so scary sind, wie sie in der Serie waren. Ich war immer noch auf Antriebsenergie.
Your brazen attack on this station is further proof that the Romulan Republic is nothing more than a terrorist cabal. We've contacted the legitimate Romulan government and alerted them to your presence. Any further acts of terror against this station or any Cardassian citizen will be met with deadly force. Your ignorance of Cardassian history is insulting. We do not listen to demands. We give them. We can thank you for our escape. Before you transported us, I overheard a guard saying that more True-Way ships were approaching. We need time to restore emergency power. Please provide cover until we are able to go to warp.
So, let's go. Come on, heute noch.
Excellent. I hope that your new starship has performed to your satisfaction. Now that we know about Sela's attempts to capture our ships, we'll order our commanders to exercise additional caution in territory near two-way space, or with other groups that might try their hand at privateering. I have received some new intelligence from our allies that may be of use to us. Expect to hear from me shortly.
Time is short.
Congratulations, Centurion.
Warte. Wie ist schon wieder kein... Warum ist hier schon wieder kein Voice-Over? Wollt ihr noch nicht sagen, dass ihr für alles Voice-Over hattet und dann hier nichts aufgenommen habt?
We've located the transports that are carrying the prisoners. And Charva's intel isn't exactly accurate. She told us they were going to be Tal Shiar ships, but they're Cardassian. Do you think they could be disguised? And lightly guarded? They have combat-ready escorts. We'll need to defeat the escorts and disable the transport vessels. Then we can board and start looking for my sister. I still think she could be on board, even though the escorts are Cardassian ships instead of Tal Shiar.
Das haut richtig rein.
shields have failed.
Reinforcements inbound!
Four shields failing. Rear shields failing. Right shields failing. Left shield failing. Target's shields have failed. Right shields failing. Left shield failing. Four shields failing. Rear shield failing. Right shields failing.
That's the last of them. An away team is waiting in the transporter room. We can board the first transport as soon as you're ready.
Enemy targets on sensor.
There are faint life signs up ahead. One of them could be Rena. Let's check our fire.
Das ist passiv, ne?
Perhaps the Tal Shiar knew the Cardassians took this convoy and sent us here to fight them. No matter who survived, us or the true way, either way, the Tal Shiar wins. The Tal Shiar led us into a trap. Again. I'm tired of being lied to. Being tricked. The self-destruct on this ship is still active. Let's set it before we beam over to the next one and look for Rena there. All we should leave behind is a cloud of debris. And then the Tal Shiar and the true way will know the cost of crossing the Romulan Republic. There isn't any data on prisoners here. It's just cargo and soldiers. I don't understand why Charva would send us here. Was she trying to get us killed? I can't believe Charva would lie about Rena being on one of these ships. We used to be so close.
Personal shield losing power.
Moment. Wir lassen niemanden zurück.
Flanking damage detected.
More escort ships inbound on an attack vector.
Ship is under attack.
Natürlich explodieren jetzt alle synchron.
I provided the convoy's coordinates as a gesture of good faith. I remember how close Tovan was to his sister. Rena was my friend too. Although she's committed crimes against the Romulan Star Empire, I'm willing to give her and you another chance.
How could you lie to us again? lead us into another trap. And you use Rena to do it. That's low, even for the Tal Shiar. She wasn't on those transports. It was all a setup, a deception intended to get us killed, and I'm not falling for it again. Give me a reason, any reason to believe the woman I cared about is still in you, that you can still be saved.
The Tal Shiar moves prisoners all the time. Sometimes it's for security reasons, or because Colonel Hakib wants to handle an interrogation personally. Maybe Rena has already been sent someplace else. I'll check my contacts and see what I can find. I'm trying to help. You can't deny that.
Doch.
Maybe now you'll see that all Tal Shiar aren't the monsters that Datan and his group make us out to be.
Girl, alles, was du uns an Infos gegeben hast, das war scheiße.
We've put word out that Tovan's sister is still missing. I'll let you know if we hear anything. Keep talking to Charba. It's clear now she's playing some sort of game. But we can get ahead of this if you and Tovan keep her distracted. Anything that will give us an upper hand with the Tal Shiar will help our cause.
Also ich sehe immer mehr Mass Effect Parallelen, weil Charba uns einfach nur in einer Tour Elusive mant.
Congratulations, Centurion. If you want proof, then I'll provide it. I'm transmitting several classified Tal Shiar files to your ship now. Read through them, analyze them yourself, and then you'll see the truth. Datan and his kind are terrorists and a threat to the survival of the Romulan people. After that, I hope you'll reconsider your options. The Tal Shiar are trying to help the Romulan people, and you should be fighting for us. We've been fighting for you all this time.
Ja. Aber der hier gibt uns zusätzliche Energie. Das Ding ist, wir sind ja eigentlich immer auf geringer Antriebsenergie, deswegen. So, was haben wir denn hier Schönes? Wirklich praktisch, dass man nur ein paar Wörter austauscht und schon stimmt der Text. Deep Space Case 7 kann nicht... Ah nee, warte doch. Ich verwechsel es gerade einfach nur. Was willst du jetzt genau haben? So, bei Installation 18 waren wir schon mit Commander Ryder. So, er ist nicht, genau, bei ihm wissen wir nämlich nicht, was mit ihm passiert ist. So, Communist Manifesto. Creative, wo bist du, wenn wir dich brauchen? Das kommunistische Manifest ist Tal Shiar Propaganda. Ich liebe es. Okay, mir fehlt aber gerade das Leseverständnis, um zu wissen, was wir jetzt genau haben wollen.
Captain, we're getting two different stories here. One from Charva, and one from these documents. Analysis of the files shows that either Charva is trying deliberately to mislead us, or that she's being misled herself. Since she seems to firmly believe what she's telling us, I'm not completely comfortable disregarding her information out of hand. I recommend that we speak to Commander Tal Mera on Drozana Station. She has contacts in the intelligence community that we don't. She should be able to either confirm or deny our findings.
Welcome to Drozana!
Ach so, ich dachte schon, was ist das denn?
Was there something you needed? Tal Shiar files. I'm sure there's a good story behind how you came into possession of these. Let's see what you have. What sort of information do you need? Personally, I'd regard anything given to you by a Tal Shiar operative with suspicion. They are masters of misinformation and misdirection. We can do that. Show me what you have and what parts of them are troubling you. I've seen some interesting works of fiction, but nothing that compares to this. Deton and Lortrix working together? On a Riemann mining colony? I don't think so. Can you see Deton in a dilithium mine? And Lortrix was storing weapons for Deton? Why? There have to be better places we can stash supplies than in an enemy colony. And this section about Deton working with Starfleet to target colonies for terrorist attacks is ridiculous. Neither Deton or the Federation would do such a thing. I'm detecting that sections of the file have been altered. That's probably why it reads like a bad spy story. According to my records, Deton was in contact with Starfleet, but he was talking to them about which colonies needed agricultural aid. And there were weapons on Chaltok, as you well know. But not only were they making weapons for the Hirogen, they were targeting Romulan militia targets, including the flotilla. Now, I didn't realize that Lortrix and Deton knew each other, but apparently they do. They interacted once during negotiations during a workers' strike at a Riemann mining facility. It's funny how people from such different worlds and outlooks can interact. Deton was talking to the Federation about colonies near our borders, but it wasn't to target them for attack. It was to discern which ones had the greatest need for agricultural assistance. A lot of the newer colonies are having a rough time trying to establish themselves. Deton believes that the more prosperous colonies have a responsibility to help support others. That's why he was talking to the Federation. He was asking if they would be willing to assist as well. Unfortunately, once the rumor of terrorist attacks entered the mix, the Federation Council broke off aid talks. And I'm not surprised that Lortrix was aiming weapons at our targets, although I don't think he was doing so at the request of the Hirogen. The Tal Shiar has a way of getting into everything, and we know that they were monitoring that colony. The Tal Shiar operative could have manipulated Lortrix into aiming some of the weapons at Romulan Republic targets. If they were fired, then we'd lose big, and a neutral colony would be blamed for the attack. Also, I think it was a coincidence that Deton and Lortrix were acquainted. Lortrix once worked for the Riemann Mining Cooperative, but he wasn't exactly a model employee. In fact, he was one of the leaders of a strike that turned violent. The Remans brought in a group of negotiators to help end the crisis. Deton was one of the people they invited. He helped negotiate a settlement, and Lortrix was one of the representatives of the workers during those negotiations. I doubt they've ever spoken to one another again once the strike ended. I think the Tal Shiar are conducting quite an effective smear campaign against Deton and our movement. It's our responsibility to see through their deceptions. We can do that. Show me what you have and what parts of them are troubling you. I'm detecting several abnormalities in this file. It looks like portions of it have been altered. We should corroborate these reports in order to determine which facts are actually true and which are Tal Shiar fabrications. Here's what we know and can confirm from our files. Deton did smuggle crates to Virenot before the attack on your colony, but they were carrying ship parts, not weapons. And he did more to help the colony without drawing excess attention. It was our group that helped your people get the water reclamation equipment they needed to support a healthy population. And yes, we spent a great deal of time and money gathering information about both the Federation and the Klingon Empire. But we're not planning an attack. Why would we? Instead, we're gathering all the intel we can about the political climates of both factions.
Ich glaube, wenn ich das jetzt...
Deton has been working with colony leaders for years, including the Maori and others at Virenot. However, since the Empress and the Tal Shiar often retaliate against people who are friendly to our movement, in the past, we've tried to keep those contacts as quiet as possible. Your colony had some talented engineers who were willing to help flotilla ships. Deton provided crates full of ship parts, smuggled from other friendly settlements. Your engineers repaired Allied ships who needed help. But Deton is a man of peace. I can't ever see him wanting to smuggle weapons, especially not to a civilian site. Of course, because the people at Virenot risked their safety to help our ships, Deton helped them in return. One of the ways the Tal Shiar keeps control over colony worlds is by denying or diverting needed supplies. Before the attack, Virenot's population had outgrown its water treatment capabilities. They tried to acquire another water filtration unit, but were blocked by lost shipments, denied paperwork, and other bureaucratic hassles. It could have meant disease and deprivation for your people. So the Maori reached out to Deton. He provided the water reclamation equipment Virenot needed, and even helped the colonists conceal it so it couldn't be damaged in a convenient accident. And yes, we do spend a great deal of time and effort gathering intel on both Starfleet.
Ja gut, das wissen
I'm
wir schon.
not saying that Deton is a complete innocent. None of us are. The political information could be used to sway decisions in our favor. The ship part and water reclamation equipment were smuggled illegally. But you have to look at the intent behind Deton's actions. He's trying to help people, not tear them down. We can do that. I didn't realize that the Tal Shiar had transferred prisoners to the Kinkuthanza system penal colony. Probably because there isn't a penal colony in the Kinkuthanza system. That's not the only discrepancy I'm detecting in this file. There's distinct signs of tampering. We need to figure out what they altered, and why. Here's what I know. Most Tal Shiar prisoners fall off the grid completely. We don't know where they're taken, or what's being done to them, and that troubles Deton a great deal. We have, however, heard of a Tal Shiar facility called Installation 18 that appears to be a holding facility. Some prisoners would likely be taken there. As far as I know, your friend's sister has never been in the Theban system, much less been captured there. We did lose a militia ship there a few weeks ago, and one of my agents, Sub-Commander Avron, is still in Tal Shiar custody. Avron was trying to steal supplies from a Tal Shiar convoy when he was captured. It was risky, but they had critical supplies we couldn't get any other way. Did Deton know about the plan to attack a Tal Shiar convoy? Yes. Does that make us criminals and terrorists? That's something you're going to have to decide for yourself. We can do that. Show me what you have and what part we're fighting for our independence and the future of the Romulan race. We're short on supplies and allies and beset by enemies that see nothing wrong with murder, torture, and kidnapping. And they call us the terrorists. We've had to make some difficult decisions. Some of them have led us down roads that none of us wanted to take. But nothing we've done is anything as terrible as what the Tal Shiar is accusing Deton of doing. There are no innocents in a war, and that includes Deton. At least his motivations are clear. And I can't see what the Tal Shiar has to gain by framing him for these crimes.
Captain, Charva's convinced that these files are genuine. She wouldn't be pushing us this hard otherwise. We need to sit down and show her the discrepancies we've discovered, preferably in front of a Tal Shiar computer, so we can open her eyes to the truth. If we contact her and say we're ready to join the Tal Shiar, but we need to discuss these files first, maybe she'll take us somewhere where we can prove to her that she's been lied to. There's a subspace communications hub in the lounge on Drozana Station's observation level that we can use to contact Charva.
I wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon. Are you ready to join the Tal Shiar? I take it that everything I provided checked out to your satisfaction?
Nein, deine Info war mal wieder shit.
That's a fair request. The Tal Shiar maintains a clandestine network of satellites throughout the quadrant. There's a listening post that's part of this network in the Aja system. It's near your current position and off the trade routes, so we should be able to meet privately. It's also connected to the rest of the Tal Shiar network, so we can go over the data in detail. I'm glad you've seen the light. You're joining the right side.
Watch the wheel, not the girl.
Was there something you needed? It's remote and has little strategic value. If you're planning some shore leave after this is over, I'd suggest you go to Ryza instead. I can tell you, you're probably flying into a trap. The Tal Shiar invests a great deal of time and effort to spin a web of lies. They don't look favorably on people who try to expose them for what they are. If you're going to go, at least take some backup. That won't be too difficult. You've made a lot of friends. Send out a subspace burst if you need some assistance in the Aza system. They'll be waiting for your signal.
Captain, we're detecting another ship in the system. It's Charva's ship, the IRW Aethra. They're signaling to us that Charva has already beamed over to the listening post, and that you and I should join her. But they say only us. We can't take a full away team. I hope we're able to make Charva see reason. She doesn't seem willing to accept that Tal Shiar is at the root of many of the problems of the Romulan people. It's not going to be easy to convince her.
I am so glad to hear that you are considering my offer of joining the Tal Shiar. They offer safety and stability to all Romulans. You will not regret your decision. I cannot blame you for wanting to do your due diligence. Seeing as you are about to join our ranks, I do not think the Tal Shiar would mind if we took a look at some of the intelligence files used to generate the reports I gave you. Just do not tell any of my superiors that we did this. You do not have clearance yet. This cannot be right. It appears as if some of the information that was included in the report I gave you does not line up with what is here. Several of the facts have been changed either here or in the report, and the results skew any conclusions that could be drawn. But I thought, these recordings don't line up with the report either. What's going on here? Who could have tampered with this evidence?
Girl. Bitte.
Has this file been tampered with? This is the same story as the others. This evidence doesn't match the report I shared with you. You knew about this, didn't you? That's why you had me look at these files. Did you alter this data to make me look bad? Are you trying to sabotage my career with the Tal Shiar?
We were sent here by Commander Morris to take you into custody. You are accused of undermining the Romulan Empire and crimes unbefitting of a Romulan. Tovan Kev, you are accused of aiding a known fugitive and conspiring against the Tal Shiar. Charva, you are relieved of command of your ship, pending the outcome of a court-martial. If you're lucky. That's all that will happen to you for betraying the Tal Shiar.
Ja, sie ist halt schon eine klassische, nützliche Idiotin.
We need to get out of here and return to our ship before the Tal Shiar send any more troops down here. Charva, you should come with us. You won't be safe with the Tal Shiar.
I've been informed by my Tal Shiar superiors that you and Charva are now to be considered enemies of the state. My orders are to apprehend you, alive if possible, but dead will work almost as well. Surrender, and I will be merciful to your crew. Resist, and let their deaths be on your head. If you insist, how about a fleet of Tal Shiar warships? Will that convince you to surrender? Think of your crew. Spare them the pain and suffering this meaningless gesture will cause.
So, erstmal die... Okay, die bursten mich hier gerade erstmal weg.
Congratulations, Sub-Commander.
Spiel! Nicht ihr rapen, bitte.
Captain, Sub-Commander Nadell is commanding the RRW Daehu. She has requested we transport Charva aboard so she can be taken to the proper authorities.
Welcome aboard. Is this the Tal Shiar prisoner? This way, please. I'll leave you to it.
No. They're doing what they can for our people. I was the one who failed to live up to their expectations. And you were the one who steered me wrong. Just like Datan has done to you.
Captain, Charva was a close friend, and we couldn't even convince her of our cause. We need to find something substantial to expose the Tal Shiar. Charva's alive, but I expect she's going to face a lot of questions from intelligence. But if we couldn't change her mind, what'll it take to convince the Romulan people? How do we gather the proof we need? For now, we've done all we can. I recommend we leave the system before any Tal Shiar reinforcements arrive.
Und so endet ihre Story, so wie die aller nützlicher Idioten enden.
Congratulations. You've proven yourself to be invaluable to the Republic.
You've done commendable work exposing the duplicitous nature of the Tal Shiar, but there is still more work to be done in order to actually discover what they've been up to. It's a shame that Charva is resisting our efforts to turn her to our cause. Perhaps with enough time, she'll see the Tal Shiar for the traitors to the Romulan people that they really are. In any event, you are proving to be a formidable addition to this fleet. Time is short.
Congratulations, Sub-Commander.
Time is short. What do you need of me?
Was nehmen wir noch hier dazu? Ja, bitte.
It looks like you're about to be moving up in the galaxy. Based on your new familiarity with Tal Shiar operatives and their less than savory techniques, I passed your personnel file off to Republic Intelligence. I believe you've already met Commander Talmera. She'll be handling your work with them. Intelligence is very interested in your recent encounter with Charva. They think you're ready for some more clandestine assignments.
Time is short. What...
Welcome to
Was there something you need? I've been reviewing your personnel files. You've had quite the interesting career, haven't you? Tell me about the time you've spent with Charva, and what you learned about the Tal Shiar. If you're willing, we can use the information you learned from Charva, as well as intel we've gathered in other operations, to help you infiltrate the Tal Shiar. You'd learn their secrets from the inside. I've been informed through some covert channels that someone wants to talk to you. Next to the Dabo table, you will find a Ferengi looking around nervously. Approach him and say, "Think this wheel is rigged?" If he responds with, "Only if it still has factory settings," you'll know you've found the right person. Good luck, and let me...
Can't you see I'm busy losing all my latinum? Only if it still has factory settings. There is a package for you. Look behind the plant near the bar in the back of this room. Well, what are you waiting for? Go get it!
Don't worry, the table isn't rigged anymore.
I am Kamen, a representative of Klingon intelligence. Our new alliance has opened up several opportunities for both our peoples. If you speak with my associate in the lounge area of Drozana Station, you will be patched directly through to me. I look forward to working with you.
Today must be your lucky day.
Place this device in your ear and act as though you're speaking with me. Patching you through to command now.
We've been working on getting someone inside the Tal Shiar. Before we start filling you in on our plans, tell me why you want to do this. I've heard you were at Viranot. Nasty business. Easy to build a vendetta from something like that. A person in your situation might have some pent-up rage. A need for revenge burning in their heart like a fire. I can see that in you. Vengeance can be a powerful weapon, but it cuts both ways. Good enough. This information may prove useful to the Romulan Republic. I'm willing to pass it along in hope of having the favor repaid in the future. We'll be ready to act when you are.
The information is valid, and our allies seem eager to assist. Still, I worry about what type of favor they will ask of us in the future. Nevertheless, we're going to use this opportunity to try to insert you into the Tal
This is
Shiar.
your lucky spin.
You'll pose as someone who wants to join them, gain their trust, and then use that to infiltrate their operations. To help sell your story, our allies in Starfleet have agreed to launch a staged attack on a known Tal Shiar base. You'll use this attack to get inside their organization. Take these patterns for replicating Tal Shiar uniforms. You might want to dress the part. Was there something you needed?
Also irgendwie fehlt mir eine Mission, habe ich das Gefühl.
That is an important quality in someone that is about to sneak into the very heart of the Tal Shiar disguised as one of their own. I have sensitive information that is not safe to transmit over subspace. Please rendezvous with me on Drozana Station in the Beta Quadrant. Was there something you needed? Was there something you needed? Was there something? You've proven yourself to be capable in a difficult situation, and that's not praise I give lightly. The business with Charva was a bit messy, but you didn't get caught in her lies. That shows you have a clear head. If you're ready, we can launch our operation to infiltrate the Tal Shiar and bring back its secrets. You've already caught the attention of people in the Tal Shiar. Now we need to convince them that you're ready to switch sides. In their minds, you're already a traitor. It won't be hard for them to believe that you're ready to betray Detan as well. Take this isolinear chip. It has your new identity, background, and credentials. It also outlines our plan for this first operation and includes the plans for some special tools you may need. In short, you're going to warn the Tal Shiar base in the Unroth system of a pending KDF attack and assist them in fighting off the force. In the confusion, you'll have an opportunity to plant some of the data packets on the chip in the Tal Shiar network. The information on them will help sell your story.
Ich sollte mich vielleicht aber auch umziehen, aber die Frage ist, wo kann ich das machen? So, wir speichern einmal das Outfit und dann nehmen wir... So, jetzt müssten wir theoretisch, genau, wir können das alte Outfit jederzeit laden.
This system is under the control of the Romulan Star Empire. Leave immediately or we will open fire. Who is this? How do you have that access code? Nonsense. We haven't had any indication of an enemy fleet in this sector. Sensors are completely clear of any intruders. Except you.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Ach, jetzt sind es doch die Klingonen. Sie hatte gesagt, dass die Sternenflotte kommt. Ich hatte mich schon gewundert. So, das sollte reichen, wenn wir das Schiff zerstören. Oder auch nicht. Spiel, tu mir das doch nicht an.
It seems we're doubly fortunate.
Indeed. We were able to acquire some of the attackers from the Klingon ships. They are being held in our brig. I'm sure the interrogation will be fruitful.
Okay, ja, jetzt hat das Spiel gerade ein bisschen Anfall. Ein bisschen, aber jetzt haben wir es.
Your weapons have been specially modified for this mission. When fired, they'll emit a tight band transporter beam along with a holographic effect that'll make it appear your target has been disintegrated. If you can arrange a situation where you'll shoot a hostage, that person will be transported to our sickbay. These are your only weapons, and if the Tal Shiar get a chance to examine them, they will see through the ruse. Also, a distraction or two could be very helpful in a situation like this. Our Klingon friends have provided a few things that could work. Keep your eye out for places where you can use them.
Auch hier wieder niemand da.
Don't shoot. I'm Sub-Commander Kimmich, and I am your ally. I believe in Titan's movement, and I wish to help any way I can. Now I assist Klingon intelligence from inside the Tal Shiar. I can buy you some time in the Security Sub-Commander's office, and give you a code that will erase all trace of anything you access in the computer system. Perhaps you can find a way to help the prisoner escape. You must hurry. I've seen what happens to those left to the tender mercies of the Tal Shiar. The Security Sub-Commander's office is just down the hall and to the right.
I tried to stall the security sub-commander, but he's on his way to his office. Get out of there now. The cover identity you were provided outranks the security sub-commander. If you claim the right to interrogate the prisoner alone, he will back down. Few stand up to the Tal Shiar and live. A successful ruse might save you, and the prisoner. Hurry and alter the surveillance system feed. I'll go to the holodeck, link into the internal sensors from there, and create an alternative view of what is going on inside the interrogation room.
Also das Spiel scheint sich nicht sicher zu sein, ob ich zur Föderation oder zur KDF gegangen bin.
What are you doing in here? This is a restricted area. How dare you? Who are you? Superior. I will not stand for insults in my own office from suspicious officers. Commander Janik will... Your commander? Yes. Of course, Commander Janik knows that you're here. The prisoner is a Klingon from the IKS Gumaj. I had extra guards placed around his cell for the duration of his stay. He is quite belligerent, but it's nothing we can't handle. You want to interrogate the Klingon? The attack by Klingons did result in some damage to the ship. Perhaps I am suffering some temporary hearing loss. I will be certain to check in with sickbay. In the meantime, how might I assist? Understood, sir. The prisoner has been secured in Interrogation Room 1.
I won't tell you anything, Romulan scum. Ha. Every word a Romulan dog says is a lie. I suppose you want me to believe you are one of our new Romulan allies, so I might lower my guard and tell you our secrets. Never. I am a warrior of the Empire. So, you claim to be an ally of the Empire. We shall see. If you truly are what you say, then you will free me and help me take this ship for the glory of the Empire. So, you're going to pretend to interrogate me, and we need to sell the Tal Shiar on the story. Once we've done that, you'll detonate a charge, and I'll pretend to have overpowered you. And then you'll shoot me with a concealed transporter beam? Ha! You must work for Klingon intelligence. Only they would come up with a plan so ridiculous. Enough of this play acting. When do I fight free of my captor? Then let us begin.
Klingons are always trouble, sir. They have this grand idea of dying gloriously, but it usually just ends up with a mess for us to clean up. I'm sorry you had to take personal action. I'll remind my teams to be more alert next time. But, did you get any useful information before she died? It looks like we took some additional damage in the fight with the Klingons. I assure you, my people have full control of the situation. The other prisoner will have no opportunity to escape, sir.
The Klingon officer should be safe, but we have another problem. Janek captured the captain of the IKS Tadak, and she will take great pleasure in breaking the spirit of a Klingon warrior.
How unfortunate. It would have been preferable if you had not killed the prisoner, but I understand that you didn't have a choice. As you said, she was attempting to escape. All is not lost. I will get the information you failed to collect from Captain Rava.
I am a warrior of the Klingon Empire. I will endure.
The Tal Shiar thanks you for your assistance, but I have everything under control now. What? Computer, activate stasis field.
Stasis field activated.
We took some damage in the attack. Nothing that can't be repaired. Thank you for your assistance. You will be contacted when the Tal Shiar has need of your skills again. Dismissed.
I'll do what I can for Captain Rava. Maybe I can find a way to get him back to Kronos. But you must leave now, or Janek will be suspicious. She's not easy to fool.
Okay, das Spiel ist schon wieder jetzt. Come on.
I know you're taking a great risk in contacting me, but I wanted to congratulate you on a job well done. Command reports that the Klingon forces were successful in their ruse, and the fact that you're still alive to hear this transmission is a good sign that the Tal Shiar have accepted you. Commander Janek should be contacting you soon. Our intel indicates that she has been assigned as your Tal Shiar handler. Do what she asks. We will work on extracting the captain. However, once someone is in the Tal Shiar's clutches, getting them out again is easier said than done.
Congratulations, Sub-Commander.
The Tal Shiar is quite impressed with your actions in the Unroth system. Accordingly, we are rerouting you to the Talis system to assist in salvage operations vital to Tal Shiar interests. Although this is a simple salvage mission, the target is a high-value one. Failure is not an option. Succeed in this task, and you will have demonstrated your capability and your loyalty. Those are the qualities that Tal Shiar values most.
We're being hailed by Commander Navek of the Frere.
Welcome to the Talis system. I am Commander Kyle Navek of the IRW Frere. Commander Janek assures me that you are a capable officer. Looks like I'll get the chance to judge that for myself. This system is full of valuable salvage. Full enough that the place is crawling with scavengers and pirates. Your orders are to scan the asteroids in the area and deal with any hostiles you encounter along the way.
Was ist jetzt los? Habe ich jetzt vollen Impuls verbuggt oder was ist? Ah, okay, weil anscheinend ist das so, wenn man seinen Antrieb wechselt. Das Ding ist voller Impuls, da hatte ich ja meine Energie um, deswegen ist es, glaube ich, nicht so gut, wenn ich jetzt den anderen verwende.
Sir, I'm getting readings that match those we picked up at Kittimer. You think the Borg tangled with the Alachi? If so, that means the Alachi have more power than we realized.
Do not concern yourself with this matter. Continue scanning.
They know a lot more than they're telling us, which seems to be what the Tal Shiar are all about. But what they don't want to talk about could get us killed. I suggest we use caution. I'm picking up something large on the sensors. It's a Borg cube. At least now we know what the Tal Shiar is really after.
Mir fehlt gerade ein bisschen das Bild dazu. Da hinten. Irgendwo am Horizont.
Our sensors indicate you successfully cleared.
Jetzt ist er drüben schon. Also dafür, dass man hier jede beliebige Reihenfolge nehmen kann, gibt es eigentlich nur eine Reihenfolge, die sinnvoll ist. Also im Prinzip das Gegenteil von das Erbe der Könige, wo es eine sinnvolle Reihenfolge gibt, aber du gezwungen wirst, eine andere zu machen.
Janek was right about you after all. Now that you have cleared the area, we'll beam aboard the cube and conduct salvage operations. Although you have not been completely cleared for an operation of this security level, we need your assistance. Therefore, I am authorizing you to transport over with my teams to provide logistical support. While on board, I expect you to submit to my authority. Do not ask questions, and do not make me regret my decision.
Why are the Tal Shiar tempting disaster by boarding a Borg cube? This is something that the Republic will want to know. We'll be ready for your transmissions if you find anything, and we'll be I can beam you over to the Borg cube whenever you're ready.
Ein Brutti, willkommen zum Stream. Nein, ihr seid mit mir gekommen. Ihr werdet nicht vom Schiff aus. Was laberst du?
This Borg ship and all the drones aboard are in a regeneration cycle. However, the power levels are almost negligible. They are, for all intents and purposes, in a coma state. That suits our purposes. I need you and your team to assist in the salvage operations. But more importantly, I need you to keep your heads down and do as you're told. I know you're used to leading, but what is required now is someone who can follow orders. Do that, and we'll finish our task here without difficulty. Your records indicate that you're quite capable with that weapon of yours. There are a number of distribution nodes in the area. Removing those will further disable the cube. While you're at it, see if you can scavenge any components from the destroyed nodes.
Ja. Ja, das hat er natürlich. Die hinterfragen das nicht. Die gucken nicht links, nicht rechts. Ich habe eine Waffe. Warum mache ich das mit Sprengkörpern, die mich verletzen könnten? Das ist total dumm.
thank you for your assistance with the salvage operations. I requested a solid officer to help, and that seems to be what I was sent. Now,
Commander! Commander! You have to see this!
would you please report to Team 3's location and see what the disturbance is?
Ziemlich sauber ausgehöhlt, würde ich mal sagen.
Understood. While we have never encountered this phenomenon before, the fact that the center of the cube has been removed does not change our mission. Don't get distracted. Get the data from the computers. Perhaps there's something worthwhile here we can salvage. Return to me immediately. I have new instructions for you.
Excellent. I'm downloading our findings to the Frere now. Next, I'll need you to assist Team 3. We...
Commander, they're waking up. We didn't think you would respond. The drones! Fire! Can't transport! Requesting immediate...
We are the Borg. From this time forward, your culture will adapt to service ours.
Ich glaube, hier passen sie sich aber noch nicht an, weil wir haben keine Frequenzmodulatoren.
This is Team 2. We're under attack by the Borg.
Dead. All of them. Let's hope we can still save Team 3. Sub-Commander Farouz! No! He's been assimilated! We're too late. Sub-Commander Farouz has been studying Borg technology extensively. He was the only one here who knew how to override the transport disruption field. Without his knowledge, we cannot escape. I take no pleasure in this decision, but it was better for him to die than to be assimilated. We can take the knowledge stored on his new implants and use it to access the cube's systems. We'll use their own technology against them.
Moment, wir müssen mit ihmchen sprechen.
I can override the cortical node here. That will drop the transport.
You will be assimilated. Your technological and biological distinctiveness to our own.
Ja gut, dann kämpft euch mal erst an den Prismen vorbei hier.
Will be assimilated. We'll add your technological and biological distinctiveness to our own.
Seconds. 10 seconds.
Thank you for your help. We may have had a very different outcome without your assistance. As far as this mission goes, this never happened. Vec out.
Also irgendwie im Laufe des Tages fangen die Tribbles am Server anscheinend an zu verhungern.
I had heard that Tal Shiar was interested in expanding their technical advantage through Borg technology, but I had no idea they were going to such lengths to do so, or that they were so foolish and short-sighted, or maybe so desperate. But in order to expose the true nature of the Tal Shiar, we will have to uncover more damning evidence than some Borg salvage operations. Be ready. After that performance, Janek will have another assignment for you soon.
Congratulations, Sub-Commander.
We have word that a colony in the Delta Corvi system is harboring several fugitives. Among them is a man named Vrimek, who has close ties to the Riemann separatist movement. The Tal Shiar is going to show the colonists the consequences of treason. You will act as part of the advance force that will shut down the colony's sensor grid. Once that is down, their planetary defenses will be useless, and the rest of the fleet can move in. Then we will land a ground force and round up the colonists. By this time tomorrow, this colony will be nothing but a memory.
Are we really going to help the Tal Shiar invade another Romulan colony like ours? I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this.
Welcome to the Delta Corvi system. We are here under the guise of a raiding party, but our primary objective is to bring down the sensor grid so our invasion fleet can get into position before the colony is aware of their presence. There are a few colony vessels patrolling the area. We need to take them out first before they can alert the surface to our presence. Once any nearby colony vessels are destroyed, then you can disable the sensor grid substation. I am sending coordinates for the substations you are responsible for targeting.
Captain,
Habe ich immer noch was mit der einen Mission auf sich hat. So, es fehlt eine.
Are we really doing this? Are we participating in the invasion of a Romulan colony? Helping the Tal Shiar? Remember what happened to Viranet? The other Tal Shiar ships will be monitoring the sensor grid and colony patrol ships to make sure the invasion isn't detected. If we disable the colony ships and then punch a hole in the sensor grid, we could beam a small away team to the surface without the other Tal Shiar ships noticing. Once on the surface, we can tell the population about the impending invasion. It's not much, but it would be more warning than we had.
Wir haben zwischenzeitlich Waffenslots, die sollte ich vielleicht auch mal besetzen. butter jetzt einfach erstmal die hier rein.
We have a big enough hole in the sensor grid to get a transporter signal through without alerting the other Tal Shiar ships in the area. The crew can keep up appearances here in orbit while you warn the populace. Ready to beam you down with an away team on your orders. The other Tal Shiar ships haven't detected your presence on the surface yet, but you won't have much time before the rest of the invasion fleet arrives. Vrimek is the Maori. You'll need to convince him to evacuate his people before they arrive.
You're Tal Shiar! Guards! Someone! Anyone! One of Datan's agents? What are you doing here? A Tal Shiar invasion? I feared this day would come. This time, however, the Tal Shiar have chosen the wrong colony. No one will leave this planet alive.
Spiel.
I have certain contacts among my people. The Remans have become much more aggressive about protecting their interests since the loss of Craterus. We are more willing to use measures that would have seemed unthinkable in the past. One of these measures is Thalaron weaponry. Hidden underneath this colony is a Thalaron weapon, large enough to destroy all life forms on the planet. When the Tal Shiar land on this world, the very ground under their feet will burn. It is a fair price. I've seen what happened to Craterus and other colonies at the hands of the Tal Shiar. I suspect you have as well. Death is preferable to the fate the Tal Shiar has planned for us. And without the sensor grid, death is our only defense. I will delay the detonation to give you some time to organize an evacuation. But it will only be a delay. We must detonate before the Tal Shiar discover the weapon and attempt to disarm it. I will meet you at the shuttle pad after I am done here.
The invasion has started. It's like Virenat all over again. And we helped to make this happen. We need to rescue as many colonists as we can. Vrimek will want to detonate that bomb sooner rather than later.
So, ist das Shuttle jetzt voll oder nicht? Und beeilt euch. So, last one.
Done all we can and saved as many colonists as we could. It's time to go. Vremek is waiting for us at the final shuttle pad.
Tal Shiar are close to controlling. Are you sure you're not a Tal Shiar agent? I will not give Sela and her minions the satisfaction of taking this colony with ease. They will fight and bleed for Ash and Rock. And then they will die.
What are you doing here? Are you helping these colonists? I'm taking you into custody. If you're fortunate, you'll only be punished for insubordination and failing to follow orders. I will be pushing for you to be charged with treason and aiding the enemy.
It is done. Delta Corvi has been erased from the map, along with the Tal Shiar invasion force.
We told everyone to rendezvous at our ship. We'll meet them there.
I don't know how to thank you. Our colony is gone, but my people, no one would have survived without you.
This is the Empress. It's time we spoke. Prepare for transport. I have to congratulate you. We've been trying to catch Vrymek for some time.
Liar! Coward! You said you would protect me! You said you would help us!
I'm sure many things were said. It's your fault for believing them. Deception is a means to an end. You were a threat, and now you are not. And my friend here is a loyal agent of the Tal Shiar.
Tell her it's not true! Tell her you would rather die than be her puppet! Tal Shiar scum! I should have killed you when I had the chance!
Now that he's dealt with, let's talk about you. I need someone who sees the bigger picture, who understands more than just blind loyalty to Hakiv. I think you're that person. I'm upgrading your security clearance. You will have access to our most restricted locations. But be careful where you shine your light. There are things in the dark that don't want to be found.
That couldn't have gone any worse. We did exactly what Sela wanted despite our best intentions. We even advanced our standing with the Tal Shiar. I don't know. Perhaps the greater good will outweigh this tragedy in time. Even if it does, we've still made an enemy of Vrymek. If he survives his interrogation, that is. Are you ready to leave yet? I know I am.
Ich bin mir jetzt nur nicht sicher, ob dieser Schleier, der war ja schon vorhin da, ob der nicht eigentlich die Talaron-Strahlung symbolisieren soll. Aber wenn ja, dann ist auch hier wieder alles buggy.
I can't believe Vrymek detonated a Thalaron weapon in the atmosphere to destroy the Tal Shiar invaders. It's tragic what happened to that planet, but the Tal Shiar should never doubt the resolve of people willing to die to be free. And it's unfortunate what happened to Vrymek, but the Empress herself has taken an interest in you. That's dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. You now have clearance to delve into the deepest, darkest secrets of the Tal Shiar. Comb through those archives and see what you can find, while we wait for Janek to make contact.
Congratulations, Sub-Commander.
Irgendwer Gutes? Ja, in der Tat.
You have complete access to our data. That is a great deal of knowledge, and a great deal of responsibility. Use it wisely. I'd like you to begin looking for anomalies. There is a mole somewhere in the Tal Shiar working for the Romulan Republic. Find them.
Okay, wir suchen also uns selbst. So. Ich mache eine kurze Pinkelpause. So, direkt erstmal die Flottenzugehörigkeit geklärt.
The information we found in the database points to some sort of installation in this system, but even the Tal Shiar doesn't have complete information about it. This was ground zero for the supernova that destroyed the homeworld. If there's a base here, it might be connected. We'll need to stay sharp. There's a lot of radiation in the system interfering with our sensors, and debris from the blast is everywhere. I've marked some areas where we need to scan to establish a baseline. We're detecting an increase in subspace distortion. Could be a cloaked ship. We've compensated for the interference and can continue scanning. The magnetic signature return appears to be artificial. Isolated another false return. I've placed a waypoint on the map marking the area we should check out. I wonder what they're trying to keep us from finding. One more scan, and I can isolate the false readings. I've detected another ship within the nebula, and I've placed a waypoint on the map marking the area we should check out. Let's see if we can lure them out. This is probably an ambush. I suggest we go to yellow alert.
Ganz ehrlich, bei den Ladezeiten bräuchte ich eigentlich sowas KI-gestütztes, was den Ladescreen erkennt und dann checkt, ob irgendein Ausschlag in der Audiospur für die Stimme ist. Und wenn nicht, das einfach rauslöscht. So, machen wir wieder den hier.
So, Hakif's dogs finally arrive. Stand down, or my guards will kill you. Do you even understand Hakif's role in all of this? He is just as responsible for the destruction of the homeworld as I am. Perhaps more. My only goal is to help our people. Before you decide who you believe, give me a chance to explain. You should know that when I first encountered Iconian technology more than 40 years ago, I was the commanding officer of the IRW Hakona. The ship was almost destroyed by an Iconian virus. It was only the intervention of a Federation ship that saved our lives. Haki was my science officer. He was as fascinated with the Iconians and their technology as I was. He encouraged my search for them. I trusted him. It was the worst mistake I've ever made. Hakib was the only one with whom the Ilachi would communicate. They gave him the device and said it would bring about the return of the Iconians. All we needed to do was deploy it at the right time and place. I knew they were the messengers of the Iconians, and I was so obsessed that I asked Hakib to study the device before we released it. He told me it would do what the Ilachi said, that it was safe. I was just trying to bring about a better future for our people. I didn't know. I have only sought the Iconians in order to understand who they are. Their technology is so great. Their empire was so vast. I thought that with their help, the Romulan Star Empire could rise to control the galaxy. I did this for our people. It was always for them. I'm trying to fix this. I've been working here to restore an Iconian gateway, to find a way to contact them. If I can talk to them without Hakib or the Ilachi, I know I could convince them. The gateways can do more than move you from place to place. They can move through time and dimensions. With the Iconians' help, I could fix everything. There's no need for a trial if the homeworld is restored.
Terrace, surrender in the name of the Tal Shiar. Put your weapons down.
Let's see. Red, green, red. Tell Hakim this isn't over.
Also vielleicht bin ich unkonzentriert, aber irgendwie ist das jetzt das Gegenstück zu einer anderen Mission, die die Föderation auch bekommt. Aber ich finde, hier ist Taris einfach sehr abrupt eingeführt worden.
Automatic self-destruct activated. 3, 2, 1.
I could not be more pleased with your progress. There is only one other agent who has managed to infiltrate the Tal Shiar so successfully. He, however, is in a position that makes him unable to report back to us. The information you're providing is vital to our quest to stop the Tal Shiar. Was there something?
Congratulations, Sub-Commander.
I hope this message reaches you. Your cover as a Tal Shiar agent has been blown, and your location is currently unknown. Stay alive. We are looking for you. Depending on where you are, perhaps you can salvage this mission. If there's any intelligence you can recover before you are discovered, bring it back.
Was there something you...
It looks like we have an unexpected guest. Take our visitor somewhere more comfortable and contact Empress Sela. I'm looking forward to our time together. You'll save yourself a lot of pain if you tell us what actions Datan plans to take against the Tal Shiar. Worm! I know ways to loosen your tongue.
Calm down, both of you. I recommend that you cooperate. Hakiv can be very creative. Just look at what happened to Taris. Now Starfleet is hunting her too. If she's lucky, she'll spend the rest of her life in a Federation penal colony. Who do you think we are? Everything I do is in the best interests of the Romulan people. All of them. Our methods may be extreme, but they are just.
Now you'll learn what else our masters taught me how to do.
Tal Shiar have been messing with your head. Stay strong. You can fight through this.
Welcome to the ranks of the Tal Shiar. Colonel Hakiv has taken an interest in your progress and ordered me to assign you tasks to test your compliance in addition to your normal training. Here's your schedule for the day. And here's a tip. If you give in to the conditioning, life will be much easier for you. We have people who try to fight it, No one can resist forever.
Das hier ist halt mit einer der interessantesten Missionen, einfach mit dem Setting.
It can't be. I thought everyone else escaped Terrace's base.
Are you going to fight me all day?
So, you're Hakib's newest pet. He's asked me to test out your conditioning in order to make sure we can trust you as a Tal Shiar operative. I have just a few easy tasks I need you to perform. First, pick up that disruptor on the table.
Tal Shiar always follow orders. Pick up that weapon.
Why would you do what that Tal Shiar officer tells you? You know he's going to make you use that weapon.
Are you going to fight me all day?
You can fight the conditioning.
Who do you think you are? You can't resist.
No!
Now, use that disruptor to kill your friend.
We can keep this up all day.
Who do you think you are? You can't resist.
They can't make you kill.
Please try that again. You really tried. Good for you.
Why did you do that?
Well done. I sense some hesitation back there, but that's nothing a little time won't fix. We need to let the indoctrination process really take hold. Too bad we couldn't really bring a friend here for you to kill. Now that would have been a test. Unfortunately, this was only a simulation. But you still passed your test. Congratulations, soldier. Head to the engineering lab to begin your next assignment.
I don't have time for pleasantries. You're the third recruit I've had to deal with today, and I'm on a tight schedule. You're going to help me make Thalaron weapons. Yes, I know. Thalaron weapons are banned by the Federation, and the Klingon Empire, and even your precious Romulan Republic. Well, guess what? I don't care. And you're helping me make these weapons whether you want to or not. Here's a list of parts I need you to gather.
Please try that again. I don't think you meant to do that.
I know you're stronger than this. Resist! They're toying with you.
That's what I was waiting for. That is not what you were asked to retrieve. Incorrect. Retrieve the correct part.
You have to fight this. The conditioning is affecting your optic nerves. Don't trust your eyes.
That's not the correct part. Would you care to try again?
How did that happen? The part you just picked up has been replaced.
I don't think that's the part you wanted. You're doing well.
Can you hear me? The conditioning, it's getting hard to think.
Well
Excellent.
You're doing
You're not
better now.
completely incompetent. Now, let's test your basic mechanical skills. Time to assemble all those parts in an easy-to-deploy package. Use the console in the center of this room to manufacture a Thalaron mine.
That would have caused the weapon to short out before it could hurt anyone. You were close to preventing the reaction from getting the activation energy it needed to self-replicate. Almost. That would have rendered the weapon delivery system inert.
Ein bisschen weird, dass...
You have a talent for building weapons of mass destruction. Have you done this before?
Also irgendwann tauschen ja natürlich alle Optionen aus, aber...
4% boost to the pulse modulator over standard Romulan munitions. Well done.
Everything appears to be up to spec. But I want you to test the device before I sign off on your work. There's a display case over there with some life forms in it. Let's see how they fare against your weapon. Don't worry. The case is shielded. We'll be completely safe.
Und das hier ist halt... Es würde härter hitten, wenn wir schon auf neue Romulus gewesen wären.
It's getting harder to fight.
Go ahead, detonate the weapon outside the test chamber. You'll only kill yourself. You really tried. Good for you. That was a close one. Those rodents almost escaped and infested the ship. Protecting a plant with a force field. Such a waste of energy. I never get tired of watching Phaleron weapons detonate.
Well, you're not completely useless. And I'll say as much in my report to the Colonel. I've seen people like you before. Isn't it amazing how much you can get done without that conscience nagging you? I believe your next assignment is in the Borg Tech Lab on the other end of this deck.
Oh, I can't wait to get started with this project. And you should be excited too. You're going to assist me with some very interesting research. We're going to install some modified Borg implants into this subject here. Oh, they're fascinating devices. I think we'll learn a lot from this procedure. The test subject? I hadn't really thought about it. No, the subject probably won't survive, but the information will be extremely valuable. If you'd like, I'll note this noble sacrifice in my report.
The Tal Shiar should not be playing around with Borg tech.
A lot of time and effort has gone into that technology. Be careful with it. Excellent. Anesthesia would impact the results of this experiment. Do you really think euthanasia is the only option? Don't worry. The patient won't live long enough to suffer. This is a valuable experiment you're trying to prevent.
It's a good thing you didn't swear an oath to do no harm.
You may be technically proficient at this, but your bedside manner could use some work.
It was a good attempt. You'll find another way to stop this madness.
After everything this patient has been through, you'd risk destroying the results of this test? All that pain and suffering yielded some valuable science. Well done.
This was a triumph.
Oh, we are getting some fascinating data from the device you implanted, and you performed the surgery with such skill. Have you ever considered working in medical research full-time? Well, I guess not. I hear that Colonel Hakiv has his own plans for you. In the meantime, though, I'm going to make use of your newfound talent. Please, install a second Borg device in the subject.
Destroying this device won't save the patient. I can taste the spite in your actions. Delicious. You're trying so hard to not be a Tal Shiar agent that you don't realize you're becoming one of our best ones yet. You don't want to kill this patient. I'm afraid I can't let you risk the lives of everyone on this ship. See? No deaths were required. This patient is giving his life for science. There's no need to add more pain to the process than necessary. Is death really a better option for this patient? Despite your best efforts, the patient has survived this procedure. That would not only render this experiment invalid, it would also be fatal. Do you really want to attract the attention of the Borg? The ship might be destroyed, but so would millions of other people. The data is coming in now.
Ja, live.
You were magnificent. I wish you could stay, but I'm afraid, though, that our time together is done. Report to the brig and rest until your next assignment. It's been such a pleasure working with you. I can always use good assistance.
Moment, nein, falsche Richtung.
Soldier, now that you've successfully completed your training, we need to recalibrate your medical files. Report to the medbay. You're awake. You've been through a lot. I hope there aren't any residual effects. When you're up to it, come talk to me. Welcome back. You may not remember this, but we've met before. The conditioning you underwent can affect short-term memory. My name is Kimmett. I've been working undercover for the Romulan Republic for months now. When I saw you on board, I knew that Hakiv would be indoctrinating you, and that I needed to do something. It took some time to find the right moment. Now we need to make your journey through fire and back worth something. Hakiv has a personal laboratory in the back of the Borg Tech Research area, where he keeps his private research and information. This is data that even Empress Sela doesn't know about. If you can get your hands on those files and get them back to the Republic, it will be a real victory over Hakiv. We'll finally have the proof we need to go on the offensive against the Tal Shiar. Good. You made it to the lab. Tell me what you see. If you can override the security keypads on those doors, you'll be able to get through them without too much difficulty. But the doors are being watched by both the scientists and the guards in the area. You'll need to distract everyone before you can access them without being caught. Trust me, you don't want to get caught. Good. You made it to the lab. Those scientists look pretty involved with the results of the experiment from earlier. Perhaps you could put together a convincing example of why the Tal Shiar shouldn't be messing around with Borg technology. See if you can find materials to make it appear as if the patient is reanimating as a Borg drone. A pacemaker, a steroid shot, and a small subspace beacon should put on a good enough show for a few seconds. That will give you enough time to get through the door and into the inner lab. Good. It will take something big to distract the guards. I think they keep some small pyrotechnic charges in the security office by the brig. You can use one to set off a small fire, but the lab's fire suppression systems will extinguish the charges quickly. You'll need more time. To be safe, you should first disable the automated mechanism and hide that fire extinguisher on the wall. Good.
Moment, wo ist das Sicherheitsbüro? Okay, also da haben sie einen Marker hingesetzt, aber hier nicht. So, den Feuerlöscher.
You're in the next lab? Good work. Tell me what you see. No door. Well, I'm sure it's there, but it must be concealed. You'll need to distract both the guards and the scientists in the lab before you can snoop around and find that door. You're in the next lab. Those scientists look pretty suspicious of you. You'll need a big distraction to deal with them. There's a disabled Borg walker in the closet off the main lab area. If you can get it operational and cause some general destruction to the lab, I'm sure the scientists will have to stop what they're doing and deal with it. It will need a power supply, a means of locomotion, and something that'll help it cause havoc. You're in the next... Those guards are some of the security chief's most trusted officers. There's no way around them without doing some damage. This lab has a lot of chemicals in it. I'm sure there's some combination you can mix to make a potent and toxic mixture. And the clean room is an enclosed space that will collect the gas you release. It's also conspicuous enough to draw the attention of the guards. You're in the next lab.
das. Und hier. Dann sollten wir den Walker schon mal aktivieren können. Weil die Borg jetzt sowas haben.
I don't have the access code to that door pad. Luckily, there's no one here to catch you trying to override the security lockout. By the elements. If the Empress knew about half the things in here, she'd have Hakiv locked up for good.
Erstmal die Tür aufmachen und dann sagen, dass hier alles total krass ist.
You need to get off this ship immediately. All the transporters are locked down because of the red alert. But the security chief has local override codes stored on the terminal in his office. Get there and get the codes. Once you have them, head to the nearest transporter room. I'll contact Tovan Kev and let him know to expect you. He'll have your ship in range for a transport. I'm afraid this ends our relationship. I'm staying here. There's still more I can do for the Republic. And I can't be seen talking to you again. Good luck.
Hi Svenny, willkommen zum Stream.
Captain on deck. Welcome back. We've been following Hakiv's ship since we picked up a subspace transmission from an informant who said you were on board. It's been more than a week since you disappeared at Hobus. We've been searching for you ever since. How are you? What did they do to you? Understood. We're keeping the Romulan Republic apprised of our situation, and they're willing to send in reinforcements on your orders. We're ready to get underway on your command, sir. Our reinforcements from the Romulan Republic have arrived.
This is Colonel Hakeem of the IRW Canile. Stand down or be You? How did you escape? Irrelevant. You've been a thorn in my side for too long. It's time to remove it. Were you this aggressive before our time together? That should have invalidated your candidacy for indoctrination. No matter. I'll just deal with this mistake by destroying you. I'll be more diligent in selecting candidates in the future.
So, let's go.
Captain, we did it! Hakiv's ship is gone! We did detect an Iconian signal before the Canile was destroyed. It was probably Hakiv making his escape through a gateway. Even if he survived, he'll think twice before challenging us again. We're ready to set a new course on your orders.
These files are amazing. I hope you didn't have to do anything too bad to get them.
Doch,
You've
musste
done a
ich.
great deal for the Republic and dealt a serious blow to the Tal Shiar. Thank you. It's people like you who will help finally free our people from oppression and fear.
Congratulations, Sub-Commander.
So, das
After
können wir.
what you've been through, I wouldn't blame you if you decided to take a leave of absence. But you seem to be recovering from the vestiges of indoctrination as well as can be expected. I hope you're feeling better. The psychologists assure us that the nightmares and flashbacks will
Ja,
pass
das
short.
Das haben wir schon mit Commander Ryder gemacht. Jetzt möchte ich nur gerne wissen. Ist die Mission, die jetzt gefehlt hat, echt weg? Aber ich habe doch vorhin noch einen... Ich habe doch vorhin noch einen Trade bekommen. Bin gerade sehr verwirrt. Pass auf. Okay, das gibt mir einfach nur... Can be found under other trades. Aber wo ist denn das? Das gibt's nicht mehr, wie es aussieht. Es gibt, glaube ich, auch nur ein anderes in dieser Kategorie. Removed Missions. Was sagt denn das schlaue Wiki dazu? Moment, es gibt doch einen Arc, der... Ich bin gerade so verwirrt. Ja, der hier. Der Vengeance Arc.
Now that we've uncovered the Alachi involvement with the Tal Shiar, we can expect them to be more overt in their attacks. I need you to report to Admiral Kararek. He's handling anti-Alachi operations. Time is short. What?
Ja, aber erstmal müssen wir nach New Romulus. Dann sind wir noch nicht durch. Spiel. Jetzt. Ich würde sagen. Okay, wir glitschen durch die Realität. So, wo war der Händler? Nein. Vielleicht nur den ganzen Müll abladen und dann mal kurz unsere Waffen anpassen. Na, das wird nicht schön, wenn wir die ganze Zeit mit den Billo-Waffen spielen müssen. So, und dann brauchen wir Beam Array. So, unser bis maximal Subcommander. Gehen wir mal eins runter. 500.000 für... Leute, seid ihr komplett bekloppt? Es lohnt sich halt auch nicht, die Sachen zu upgraden. Aber wir können auch ein bisschen... Wir haben jetzt Level 20 schon überschritten. Das heißt, wir können jetzt auch... Aber ich glaube, der läuft hier nicht rum, ne? So weird, dass der auf der Flotte rumläuft, aber nicht hier.
I've received the reports that Sub-Commander Nadell sent. I'm going to have your ship on standby. With you on station, we can respond quickly to any Alachi activity in the sector. You've proven yourself very resourceful and effective, and I look forward to working with you during this operation. I'll contact you again when we get any intel on Alachi activity. Greetings. We're picking up a distress signal from Riho Station in the Chulan system. An Alachi force is approaching the station, and it is ill-equipped to deal with a full assault. I'm diverting you to assist. Set course immediately, and do whatever you can to stop the Alachi. Greetings.
So, hier findet später auch eine der Raid-Missionen statt. Oder gut, Raids kann man es nicht nennen, was das hier ist, aber...
Thank you for your assistance. The Alachi have been attacking repeatedly. Each time they take more of my people, which makes it harder to defend against the next assault. I'm down to a skeleton crew and our singularity drive was knocked offline in the last battle. If you want to help, take a team to my engineering deck. Perhaps a few extra pairs of hands will make the difference.
I'm down in damage control. Use the access shaft to get down here.
Ah, ich wollte mich noch umziehen. Ich habe immer noch die Tal Shiar Klamotten an.
I'm glad you're here. We need the help. We take more damage and lose more crew in every Alachi attack. Now critical systems are down, and I don't have enough people left to make the repairs. The last Alachi attack damaged our singularity core. There's no danger of a complete shutdown, but main power is offline. Every time my people and I make some progress, the Alachi hit us again. I need you to keep them from planting their devices so my crew can focus on the repairs.
Okay, ja, das ist literally einfach eine TFO als Singleplayer-Version.
I need to speak with you. In damage control. My people aren't responding. I think the Alachi are back, and they're abducting the repair teams. Get out there and stop. I've lost contact.
Es ist literally einfach Defend Ryo Station als Solo. Fast 1:1. Mit ein paar mehr NPCs.
I need to speak with you. In damage control. Our power problems are under control, but there's an Alachi force in main engineering trying to sabotage our singularity core. Take them out.
That Alachi device may provide us with some useful intel. We can make a full analysis once we get it back to the ship.
Also ich kann sagen, diese Mission ist in ihrer TFO-Version mit einem 5er-Team hat vielleicht ein Drittel der Länge.
I'm pleased the station was saved, although the increase of Alachi attacks is troubling. More and more people are disappearing. We need to know why the Alachi are taking so many captives before we lose everything. Greetings.
Congratulations, Commander.
Congratulations. You've proven yourself. The Romulan Republic has authorized a new shuttle for permanent assignment to you. Please report to the New Romulus Command Center to requisition a small craft. Greetings.
Das müsste ich aber auch auf Kronos tun können. Spiel! Na, wo ist denn... Okay, ich kann hier nichts... Das ist... Okay, das ist weird.
Hoppla.
So, irgendwas Interessantes. Das können wir auf jeden Fall mitnehmen. Und das schon mal. Der Rest, das ist also nicht wirklich spannend für uns an diesem Punkt. Das können wir noch nicht, alles noch nicht aktivieren. Das Spiel kann gerade einfach überhaupt nicht mit uns mithalten.
I'm extremely busy, so I'll probably regret asking this. I wish Admiral Kararek had informed me of such a decision. We're incredibly short of resources, and I'm trying to keep track of all the equipment we have available. You'll need to fill out these forms in triplicate before I can issue a shuttle to you. It is quite necessary, I assure you. If you want the shuttle, you'll fill out the forms in triplicate. Of course. Please take this requisition to the Ship and Shuttle Requisition Officer at the new Romulus Command Center shipyard. She'll get you sorted out.
Nee, das ist kein Papierschein. Passierschein 38. Ja, der Passierschein 38 ist auch ein Papierschein, aber... Wobei, nee, es war eine Steintafel. All-Ranks. So, jetzt stimmt es. Verschwinden Sie! Sehen Sie nicht, dass ich beschäftigt bin? Ich will nicht das andere Shuttle haben.
Use your new vessel. Greetings. The Alachi's initial attempt to attack Riho's station failed, but it has not put a stop to their predations. Long-range sensors have detected groups of Alachi ships on their way to small colonies and space stations throughout the sector. They're taking as many civilians as they can load onto their vessels. There's an attack underway right now in the CNA system. Proceed there at maximum warp and intercept them. Greetings.
Zumindest die leveln nicht mit. Ich muss ja sagen, ich habe das Gefühl, dass tatsächlich Lag weniger problematisch ist in den Singleplayer-Missionen. Na gut, es sind keine anderen Spieler beteiligt, mit denen man irgendwas synchronisieren müsste. Und ich kann mir auch vorstellen, dass das Spiel einfach auch weniger checkt, sondern bei solchen Missionen dann auch mehr so Client-Side-Authoritative arbeitet. Weil es hier im Grunde egal ist. Spiel? Da wollte ich nicht hin. Da schickt einen das Spiel normalerweise hin, wenn es nicht mehr weiß, wo du bist. Okay, das Spiel besteht darauf, dass ich hierhin wrong warpen soll. So, ich glaube, hier kann ich nicht mehr wirklich irgendwas optimieren.
This is Administrator Morgan of the Rockhole Station. We are under attack and need assistance. We have had no response to our hails. The attackers are targeting our communications and sensors, but if they hit our computers, we could lose our entire population. If you're getting this message, please help us. It's a mess. These attackers are stealing vital components, including our supply of mobile emitters. We are peaceful. We have almost no defenses. If this keeps up, we'll lose our computer core, and everyone here will be gone.
So, wo sind die anderen?
The attacking ships are breaking away. You've driven them off. I can't thank you enough. I think we'll be able to keep our systems running on backup power until we can get some spare components. Without your intervention, everyone here would have been doomed. We won't forget this. I promise.
I don't know how you found out about this attack, but you arrived just in time. Long-range sensors indicate that the Alachi are massing for an attack. The first wave will be here at any moment. We're picking up incoming ships on our sensors, and their weapons are armed. This isn't a military station. We don't have the resources to hold off an invasion fleet. Acknowledged. Thank you for anything you can do. Launching shuttles now. Alachi ships incoming!
Sie haben doch jetzt wirklich 3 Wellen mit 3 sehr verschränkten Gruppen, wo es einfach ewig dauert, dass man das hier mal gemacht hat. Und so langsam weiß ich, warum ich diesen Arc nicht in guter Erinnerung habe.
That's the last of them. But get ready. There's another wave on the way. Reinforcements incoming. Second wave incoming.
Ja, die dürfen aber gerne alle an einem Punkt reinwarpen, wenn es genehm ist. Natürlich nicht. Weißt du, dann springen sie auch noch wild durch die Gegend.
Good shooting. One more wave to go. I'm sending the last reinforcements. Final wave inbound.
Das ist, ja... Ich bin fast schon... Also ich glaube, über diese Mission werde ich herziehen, wenn es soweit ist. Das Ding ist, das hier ist halt einfach dreimal exakt das gleiche. Und es spielt sich einfach sehr träge.
You and your crew are heroes. Without your help, many more lives would have been lost today.
This is Administrator Morgan from Rakol Station. Apologies for breaking in like this. We intercepted a transmission from the Elachi to the Tal Shiar, and we've just now been able to translate it. The Elachi are gathering their forces for a huge assault on the Re system. If they're still organizing, you might be able to get there in time to help defend the system.
Ja, dass das Schiff so stark ist, liegt halt daran, dass es ein Endgame-Schiff ist. Weil das seit einigen Jahren möglich ist, dass du von Anfang an nur eins fliegt und skaliert hat mit deinem Level. Und ich habe zwar nicht das komplette Potenzial dieses Schiffes, aber ich habe so halt... Es ist doch unverhältnismäßig stark.
After so many hit-and-run raids, I'm impressed that you managed to get ahead of the Elachi and save the station at the Teferi system. Based on what you've uncovered, we think the Elachi are planning a strike at the Re system. I'm coordinating a last-minute defense, and I want you involved. I'll contact you when we're ready. Greetings.
Congratulations, Commander.
We've been tracking the Elachi attack fleets throughout the quadrant, and the location of their next invasion is the re-system. We have a chance to get ahead of them this time, rather than just cleaning up the mess and counting the missing. Get there immediately and put a stop to their assault. Greetings.
Ja, dafür haben wir jetzt nichts vom OP-Schiff, weil jetzt müssen wir mit dem Shuttle fliegen. Und Shuttles sind unterentwickelt. Deshalb gibt es nicht wirklich Shuttle-Content. Und der Shuttle-Content ist scheiße, weil das unterentwickelt ist. Und es wird nicht mehr entwickelt, weil Shuttles deswegen nicht sehr beliebt sind. Also es ist so ein schöner Teufelskreis, was sie sich da geschaffen haben.
The Alachi are here and they're attacking shuttles. Those shuttles are full of Romulans trying to escape the invasion. We have to help them. We're getting distress signals from the surface. The Alachi are landing walkers near the capital. Take the shuttle and help the city. We'll stay here and defend the remaining shuttles.
The Alachi are invading. We need your help to fight their ships. I'll send the few shuttles and untrained pilots we have available to help, but you'll need to lead them. We have a small militia that can deal with any Alachi troops that land on the surface, provided that you prevent enough of them from getting to the ground.
Ja, und das ist auch wieder eine TFO als Solo-Version. Ernsthaft, sie brauchen wirklich eine extra Einladung, damit sie was machen. Aber kann ich jetzt die ganze Zeit getarnt bleiben? Wenigstens geht das hier schneller. So, nochmal zum Überprüfen. Die machen wahrscheinlich gar nichts, oder? Bis ich es ihnen sage. Jo. Sind überhaupt noch verbündete Shuttles übrig? Weil wenn nicht, wird das hier ein sehr langer Kampf. Okay, also anscheinend respawnen die auch. Wäre schlimm, wenn nicht, aber ich würde es den Devs zutrauen. Super, jetzt ist wieder komplett tote Hose hier. Endlich. Ich weiß, es war besser als die Mission davor, aber das will auch nicht viel heißen.
Thank you for your assistance. We have a lot of work to do, but we will rebuild and we will survive. That's what Romulans do.
Excellent job. The inhabitants of Re owe you their lives. It looks like we've halted the Elachi advance in the sector, for now. That being said, we've received word there's a small Elachi convoy heading to another system. We're not sure what they're trying, especially now that their main battle force has been halted. But if you get there before them, we can gather some intel to turn the tide of this war against the Elachi. Greetings.
Congratulations, Commander.
We have located Elachi forces in deep space, near a spatial anomaly, NGC-863. We know they have a station in the sector, but we don't know its location. It's time to change the game. We're done chasing our tails. I want you to engage the Elachi, board one of their ships and take control. Once on board, your mission will be to find any information you can about their forces and fleet movements. But most importantly, find the coordinates of the Elachi base. Good luck. Greetings.
So, wir reclaimen mal gerade nochmal eine neue Version von unserer einen Waffe.
Sensors show the Elachi ahead. We need to secure one ship. We've given it the designation Target Alpha. The rest need to be destroyed. If any escape, they'll warn their fleet. Even worse, they'll be out there capturing more of our friends. The plan is to clear the system and disable Target Alpha. Then we take the fight to the Elachi. Target Alpha has been disabled. Now we board it and take control.
Wahrscheinlich übernehmen wir das Schiff jetzt einfach zu 5.
Target Alpha has been disabled. Now we board it and take control. Sir, we're detecting life signs of more captives. If you can free them, we should be able to beam them out of there. We must control the ship. The station is in subspace, and the Alachi commander is under orders to destroy his own ship and crew if he's been compromised. You have to get to the bridge and subdue him before he can scuttle his ship.
Okay, ich glaube, wir haben die Cutscene gerade ein bisschen kaputt gemacht.
Stop the self-destruct. We need this ship to get into subspace.
Okay, so hartes Poppen ist aber auch selten für dieses Spiel. Das muss man dazu sagen. Also dieses Modul ist wirklich der Freund jedes AFK-Spielers.
taken control of the ship. Incoming Alachi ships on sensors. Target Alpha must have gotten a distress signal out. We need to eliminate the incoming Alachi or we'll have no chance of getting to that station.
Warning. Ship is under attack. Target shield has failed. Right shield failing. Ship is under attack. Target shields have failed.
Sensors are clear. We need to contact command and then get moving. We should be gone before the Alachi come looking for their ships.
Excellent work. Your successful capture of the Alachi ship means we can proceed to the next step. Keep that ship safe while we devise an assault plan for the Alachi base. Well done. Greetings.
Congratulations,
The ship
Commander.
you stolen will allow us to take the fight to the enemy. Using data recovered from the ship's computers, we found a subspace rift that should lead us right to one of their bases of operation. You're going to go in there and take it out. Greetings.
Sensors are clear. We need to contact command and then get moving.
So, lass mal kurz. Genau, wir haben hier das. Das kriegt sie. Okay, habe ich keine Brückenoffizier auf diesem Schiff? Scheinbar nicht.
I think it's working. They don't seem to have noticed us. Just a little farther. Sir, there's a weak point here in the station construction. If we rig the secondary power pylons to blow, we can get our cascade without doing too much damage to subspace. These Alachi don't seem to be warriors.
Sind keine Soldaten, also alle niedermetzeln.
They didn't know before, the Alachi know we're here now. But those weren't scientists. I'm detecting massive biosign readings. The Alachi are probably holding more of our people as prisoners. Let's find them. Using our own people to grow the next generation of soldiers. That's just... it's sickening. Is there anyone left to save?
Das Erste, was er macht, ist salutieren, ist klar.
This is why they've been stealing people? To use them as... It's disgusting.
Wir müssen jetzt nicht allen Ernstes den gesamten Weg nochmal laufen. Also sonst sind sie so großzügig gewesen mit den ganzen Respawn-Punkten und hier sind sie so, nö. Klar, mach mal eine Kapsel auf, wo niemand drin ist.
Kiev will pay for selling out our people.
Wenigstens hatten wir hier einen Respawn-Punkt.
Well, aren't you a sight? The Alachi held us in pens like animals.
So, jetzt schaffen es die Brückenoffiziere nicht selber hier hin.
The force field is down, and the other power station is vulnerable. The cascade reaction is beginning.
So, bitte nicht wrong warpen. Oh. Okay. So, machen wir doch mal den hier. So, Rückzug.
Enemy cruisers incoming!
Ship is under attack. Hull integrity below 50%.
Come on.
Excellent job. You have ensured the Romulan Republic will last a little while longer. We've dealt a crippling blow to the Elachi, and now Hakiv is without his most powerful ally. We lost some of our own, but we have emerged stronger than ever. Greetings.
Congratulations, Commander.
So, aber diese eine Mission ist immer noch...
Greetings.
Ist immer noch nicht auffindbar. Weil Wasteland ist, das kennen wir. Also da müssen sie ja irgendwann mal eine Mission entfernt haben. Ja, aber das Ding ist, es ist schwer jetzt rauszufinden. Ich habe auf dem Wiki eine Liste mit entferntem Content, aber die... Ich weiß nicht, ob die wie vollständig die ist. Und bei Missionen ist es halt auch extrem viel. Ganz viele Patrouillenmissionen. Also ich erinnere mich noch an eine Mission, wo man praktisch eine romulanische Kolonie besucht hat und dann denen helfen musste zu entscheiden, ob sie beim Imperium bleiben oder sich der Republik anschließen. Aber die ist nicht auffindbar. Anyway. Das hat jetzt auch lang genug gedauert. Ich glaube, ich werde den Wort doch aufräumen müssen, weil das sind 10 Stunden sonst. Ich danke fürs Dabeisein. Ich schicke euch zu Blahai und dann gehe ich endlich was essen.